Hey, hello folks arriving. How we doing? How are we doing today? This is very much one of those I've got a long and boring task to do, so I may as well put a camera on me while I do it kind of situations today. Hadn't planned to do this stream, but I figured I'm gonna be here and I'm gonna be doing something pretty repetitive, pretty menial, and that can be a perfect backdrop to just chat. So that's what I'm here for. I've got this Blood Bowl Ogre team to get prepped. I've got some more Blood Bowl Undead. If you've watched today's video yet, then you'll see I've started work on this team. I've got some more of these to get primed and underway. And then if I do get to do some painting today, it's going to be on these metallic Ultramarines, which are painted in these crazy Tamiya alcohol-based acrylics that are like really kind of, they look like car body work. They're like really candy apple kind of finishes. Very bizarre paints. So could be an interesting day. Could be just a very get it done kind of day. Remains to be seen, but I figured it could do no harm just to throw the camera on. Hello Pingu, good morning friendo. How are you? Arms. This gentleman requires arms. I see. Here we go. Here we go. I now remember which side of the sprue I was working on. Oh no, I want the punch cutter arm, which means I need this one. That looks not right. I'm sure the punch cutter goes in that hand. Yeah, it does. Apparently this is the punch cutter arm. Let's see. Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I just wanted to catch up with the team, see how you've all been, and just have a relaxing little morning of taking care of the menial tasks. So, okay, I mean they do. Those two parts do appear, they do go together. Okay, well, who'd have thunk it? Not me. Which means that then this is the other arm that I'm using at that point. Pretty cool that you get spares with these guys. It means that you can kind of double up on poses if you really like particular poses, or you can just ensure that you've got 4 different poses. This isn't the punter body that I've accidentally... Oh yeah, it is. Oh no, that's fine. I don't mind the punter having the punch cutter. That's fine. That is not a problem. You hobbying at all today, Pingu? You're going to find yourself engaged in any hobby today? Also, just to double check, is the audio balance okay? I don't want the background music to be too loud. So it looks like we can't use this one with the loincloth because Yeah, the loincloth will get in the way of the leg. So we're going to have to use this one, but that's okay. I'm also not, or at least initially, my sort of early thoughts on this, they may change over time. I don't think I want the wooden shoulder plate up here that these miniatures have. I know it's an extra place that you can include the team colours, which I think a lot of people would probably see as a good thing. But I think it just looks kind of tacky. These are really cool sculpts. Let me just zoom them in a minute for you. These are very, very cool miniatures. And I think one of the things that's really going to make these enjoyable to paint is the amount of flesh tones I'm going to get to work with. We've already got one shoulder blade here being covered up by and large by this shoulder pad, and I do think they need a shoulder pad because they need somewhere for a team number to go. You know, you've got to make a concession somewhere. But the extra shoulder pad on here, I think we can live without. They are very cool miniatures, though, aren't they? Even the little Gnoblars are really cool. It's going to be a fun time. We could be a little bit more zoomed in while I do the assembly part, I suppose. Once I escape work later, I have a bunch of docs to read through at home, so my exocrine is waiting. Oh, mate. What's this Evie tells me about? Some kind of diorama or something that you were working on? She said she couldn't give me details, but that you were asking her for hobby supplies for a diorama. Kept that on the down low. That is a bad place to have a connection point. Right in the middle of a flat muscle panel. It was an adventure and a half. Very happy with how it turned out. Oh, okay. Is that something that you've not actually posted up in the Degenerates yet? Then is that something you've not seen yet? I don't recall it going up. Hey, Warp Fiend, how you doing? Is it Warp Fiend in the chat? What's your preference? Do you prefer Warp Fiend or do you prefer your name? I don't know. I never know how people feel about it. I used to not really like people using my screen name in the chat when I was a streamer, but then when I stopped streaming, I kind of stopped caring about it because I figured, you know, well, it's not my chat. Whichever is good. Okay, no problem. I sort of have a default to calling people by their names. I have this weird thing where, like, I don't have a problem with the concept of a screen name. I understand the function of a screen name, and, you know, in certain situations a degree of anonymity is helpful and all that. But it's never really, and I guess this could just be a sign of my age, it never really felt comfortable to me to like converse with people using their screen names. There's a few exceptions to that, like my friend Renfield, for example. Ren is actually just his nickname IRL. It's what everyone calls him. Even his wife calls him Ren. And so, like, when we talk, I call him Ren, because that's all I've ever heard anyone call him, you know. Yeah, I'm really good. I've got quite a lot of prep work and just kind of labour to do today. So I figured it was a good day to, it was a day where I sort of could afford to be a bit more distracted, and therefore chucking the stream up and having a little natter with some of you wonderful people might be a good idea. It's that sort of nice combination of A, I can afford the distraction, and B, I would quite appreciate the company because the work I'm doing is relatively mindless. Come on, don't resist. There we go. There we go. Beautiful. And while that Tamiya dries, I'll just sort of start working on some of the other areas. That Nurgle mini you posted recently, Warp Fiend, is something pretty special. Something I can definitely see why you're so proud of it. Very atmospheric looking piece of work. Got a lot of that mood to it. It can be a tough thing to capture with Nurgle. I think people get so focused on fucking around with their Riser Rust and their Nihilakh Oxide and their oil wash, and you know, there's so many fun technical paints that you can pour into Death Guard and Nurgle stuff that it can be very easy to sort of lose focus and remember that there's also a really important mood that you know, you're missing a trick if you don't really think about how to incorporate it. You know, that sort of feeling of a hopeless, inexorable evil that is just going to keep coming no matter how much damage you pour into it. Capturing that mood can be, it can really sort of take it from being just another Nurgle piece to something really special. Exactly, no, that is exactly what I mean. Yeah, I feel too old to be calling people YOLO Swag 69 out loud. Like my human voice doesn't like it as much. The recipient has not posted any pics in the Discord, and I was trying to remain a secret Santa, so I was like, oh, okay, fair enough. I wonder why the recipient hasn't posted it. I wonder if are they just somebody who posts less frequently, or I don't know. Been planning painting that for ages. Lady Nurgle model is like my dream combo. Yeah, for sure. I'm finding that my tastes are diversifying a bit recently. I'm a bit, maybe not Space Marined out, but I've got a lot of Space Marine and Space Marine adjacent stuff to do for commissions. So I'm trying to make sure that when I'm not working on commissions, I'm actually palette cleansing, because I do not want to burn out on, you know, big important commissions. That would in fact suck. So this is his kicky leg. Kicky leg. Apparently, having at least one punter is a must include in an ogre team, because one of the things that makes ogres good is that they can kick teammate and throw teammate in the same turn. Like, doing one does not remove their ability to do the other, providing that they have a model that has each. So one of the big things, I've been looking up on the strategy with them, one of the big things that you apparently want to take advantage of is that ability to be able to kick a Noblar upfield and throw a Noblar upfield, which means you want a punter. And I mean, that just seems fun, doesn't it? That just seems fun. My team's primary strategies revolve around booting the little guys about. The dread fear is that they never received it, but then I figured they would have said something that, yeah, you'd have thought so, you'd have thought so. And Andy's been pretty spot on with keeping things organised as well, so you'd have expected it to come to light. It might just be that they've just not had time or not thought to, you know, there might be like any number of completely innocent reasons. But I mean, the Discord is also a pretty busy place, so there's always that possibility of just missing stuff. I know that I miss stuff. I'll quite often, you know, load the Discord up and it's early in the morning, I've not long been awake, and I'll have a sort of cursory scroll through, and quite often I'll see posts from like 2 fucking days ago that I just completely missed, you know. Yeah, I think those palette cleansers are really important. You know, you want to keep yourself motivated, and that's not as basic as just, you know, if the money's coming in, the motivation's there. It's like, it doesn't really work that way. You know, creative motivation is a different thing. I mean, like, I've totally had days where I've woke up, like, absolutely full of, you know, work motivation. Like, yeah, I'm ready to get up and kick ass today. And then sat at the desk and been like, oh god, I have no creative inspiration flowing whatsoever. Like, I've got nothing. What do I do? And it's actually on days like that where I'll usually bang out something kind of fairly straightforward that isn't, you know, isn't very cerebral, and I'll still make sure that I get work done, but it's not necessarily my most creative time. Are you a sprue point? You are a sprue point, you're not a spike. Okay. Off you come then, in that case. Sorry, just realised I'm off camera as well. I just my first order of Rosemary & Co brushes arrived. I was wondering which you use. I've got 33 size 1 and 2, and they're very thin, no belly on them at all. It's the 3s where you start to get that nice belly. It's always the 3s I recommend. Yeah, the 1s and 2s, I agree, they're kind of needle profiled, but as you can see, this 3 is pretty generous. They're very similar in actual profile construction. They're very similar to the Broken Toads. But yeah, it's always the 3s that I recommend. I don't bother with the 1s and 2s. The points on the... I've got a 1 here, hang on, or is it a 0? But the points on the smaller ones are actually bigger than the points on the larger ones as well. There you go. This is a 0. Let's get some zoomage for you. You see that? The point is actually finer on the 3 than it is on the 0. I never, you can tell by the look of this, I never use it. Like, this is, you know, on its last legs already because I've been absolutely abusing it. I've been painting quite a bit with alcohol-based metallics this week, and they just fucking destroy your brushes. So I've got some more obviously on standby, it's not a problem, but... Threes and 4s. Yeah, the 4s are okay as well. Yeah, with Newtons and Raphaels, the smaller sizes are definitely the ones that are more suited to miniature painting. Rosemary, they size their brushes quite conservatively. Like, this 3 Rosemary is the same size as a 1 Broken Toad, for example. Like, in terms of brush profile, it's very, very similar. This is a 1 Broken Toad. You can see they're like really, really close. This Broken Toad needs a drastic clean though. I actually discovered, I didn't realize this for the longest time, but BioStrip will actually, it'll actually clean the paint out of the bristles of your brush, but it doesn't damage the glue that holds the bristles in. So you can actually use BioStrip also as a brush cleaner, which is pretty rad, because, you know, I've always got it lying around. Oh, no worries at all. No worries at all. Yeah, I'm actually in a kind of weird torn position at the moment, where, so I get the toads at wholesale, but they take a little longer to get to me. So, the way it ends up working out, because I buy the toads at wholesale, whereas I buy the rosemaries at retail, is that it's the cost for buying toads is actually very similar to the cost for buying rosemaries now. It cost me very close to the same either way. Which in your head you would think, oh great, well that's a fucking no-brainer, you buy the toads then, right? But specifically brushes are the one thing that if they take a bit longer to get to me, sometimes I can just end up in this position where I'm like, oh fuck, this brush died way quicker than I expected it to, I need to order another batch. And I need them here quickly. So I end up a little bit torn at the moment with brushes, because sometimes I sort of think to myself, I should just order the toads, really. You know, they're not really the better brush. It's actually super close. Toads and rosemaries are really similar. Really, really similar. If I didn't know better, I'd say that there was commonality in manufacture, but it's Artis Opus that rosemary manufacture for, not toad. But yeah, the last brush order I did, I had to buy rosemaries because I just couldn't wait for the toads, unfortunately. Oh, while I wait for glue to dry before I do my next step, oh fuck, where did I put it? Oh damn it, it's on the other side of the room. I was going to grab that Chaplin and show you all a bit of live footage of that Chaplin, but maybe in a bit. Maybe in a wee while. I'm sure you've seen the various posts I've made about it, but Chaplin is finitoed at last. And that's going to be a giveaway, but it's not... There'll be a proper announcement on this when I do the video. I'm going to do like a painting diary video where I sort of don't go over like any how-to whatsoever. I just sort of go over the whys and whats of what I did. A little bit of a different video, you know, like nothing tutorial based about it at all. Purely just discussing decision making. I like doing videos on that kind of thing. Hey Jacob. Yeah, Blood Bowl's great, huh? I like doing stuff like that, and I tend to shy away from it a little bit, which I don't think I should. If it's something I enjoy, then it's something I should include in my content creation, but I shy away from it just because I think people are less interested. I think people prefer the tutorial stuff. And I'm such a small channel that like getting usable feedback is really difficult at this stage. You know, I'm sure once I get to, you know, the 10, 20, 30,000 sub mark, then getting usable feedback will become a lot easier because there'll just be a larger pool of people to ask. But right now, it's pretty tricky, and the net result of that is that quite often when I'm unsure as to, you know, whether or not doing something is a good idea or a bad idea, I have to just kind of go with my gut. And my gut always tells me that like the non-tutorial stuff is not really what people watch my channel for. Like all my videos that do really well, every video I've had that's done well has been a tutorial, and and how well it's done tends to mostly be a case of having the right keywords, which, you know, is kind of a known thing with YouTube. It's nothing new that YouTube promotes cleverly tagged and labeled content more than it does, you know, based on any kind of observation of quality of content. But yeah, I want to start trying to experiment a little bit more with kind of the nature of the content. You like him, Pingu? So yeah, I'll give you a quick sort of lowdown of what the idea is going to be. Basically, it's going to be a joint giveaway between myself and Lazy Dragon Gaming, my sponsors. What we're going to do, basically, they sent me 2 Chaplain Tarentus miniatures, and what we're going to do is I've painted one and kind of, you know, really gone with sort of everything I would want on my Chaplain kind of thing. I painted it, you know, for me, but it's actually going to be given away. However, the winner's going to have a choice. They're going to either be able to have the Chaplain that I painted, or the other one, which is the new in-box one. So they're going to have a choice of either, you know, going at it from scratch with their own new in-box copy, or adding mine to their army, which is an interesting proposition for a giveaway. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? It's so weird. My alternative Necron colour schemes one is like over 10k views, and nothing else I've made is even close. There's a sneeze. It's always strange, and you know, it's very hard for me to feel like my alternative Necron colour schemes video is remotely representative of my channel. You know, I made it quite a while ago. I don't think it's my best content. I don't think it's my best painting. And if that's my video that's being most seen by YouTube, then, you know, it's kind of tough to not look at that and go, that's a shame, because I don't think that video is necessarily going to attract the most people to look deeper into my channel and to consider subscribing and to consider sticking around. Which, you know, when it's your most viewed video, you would really hope that it would serve that function, because that's going to really help your channel grow. And unfortunately, it's just not the case. And there are things you can do if you wish to. You can throw money at advertising campaigns to help get your channel out there. You can do a lot of social media promotion, but I think social media promotion you have to be super, super careful with. You have to have something specific about your channel that people want, and that's not like me being defeatist saying there's nothing about my channel that people want. I think my channel offers a lot, and I'm very proud of the work that I do. But what I mean by that is that people, when it comes to social media, grabbing people's attention is a very precision strike kind of process. It's very hard to garner people's attention through generalism, and my channel is very general. I do obviously mostly 40k, but I do bits of fantasy and bits of Blood Bowl and bits of AOS and bits of non-GW. So my channel isn't exclusively 40k. I don't exclusively do one type of video. I don't exclusively train or teach people one method. Everything has a degree of variance to it, because that's my personality. You know, I'm quite a transient personality. And I think this is a very normal trait for people with ADHD, but I don't stay focused on one thing for a really, really extended period of time. Not for a lack of wanting to. I often really wish that I didn't have that sort of pick up and put down personality. I kind of dislike that about myself, but you know, you have the personality you have, right? And so what that can often mean is that I dart around all over the place when it comes to my content creation. You know, different things will be inspiring and interesting me at particular times, and obviously you have to make content about the things that are inspiring you. You know, it's literally your only option. And the net result can just be that, like, what I want to make content about can sort of dart around a bit, and that can lead to a situation where it's hard to really be consistent, and that kind of makes targeting people on social media really difficult. It makes gathering an audience really, really difficult. A good example is someone like Juan Hidalgo, who literally appeared out of nowhere, and I think he's on about 30k followers at the moment, which is nothing in YouTube terms. It's, you know, it's very small still in YouTube terms, but in mini painting YouTube terms, is actually, you know, he's doing pretty good. He's you know, got more subs than quite a lot of other channels that have been going a lot longer than him. And the reason for that is because at the time that he launched his channel, one of the main search terms on YouTube for miniature painters, one of the main things was contrast paints, and everything he does revolves around contrast paints. That's a really good weapon. That's a really useful weapon, to have something consistent that that you can have every single video you produce catching that thing. And contrast paints haven't really moved down that much in search terms. Like, every time I do a video that includes contrast paints in the words contrast paints in the title or description, it performs better than everything else that I've released recently. And you know, they are still a way to just get free additional views on your videos. So, you know, if your entire channel is built around that, obviously you're just consistently going to pull more people in, and it also makes it so much easier to market that on social media because it's something consistent. People know what they're getting, and on social media, people do not like not knowing what they're going to get, which is the same reason why, as Amy was saying, they're super cynical about clickbait. People will, especially on Facebook in particular, people will slay you for clickbaiting when you're not actually clickbaiting. Like, you're doing, you know, exactly what YouTube requires you to do, which is make your thumbnail catchy, and catchy is not the same as clickbait. Clickbait implies that all you're after is the click, not the watch, and that's not true. You want people to actually watch your content, not just click on it, essentially. But you know, moreover, clickbait implies that the premise advertised is not accurate to the premise given in the content, which is just not true. Like, no one really in the world of mini painting is really doing that. There's certainly some that can be a little bit close on it. But clickbait is not trying to attract people to watch your video. That's not what clickbait is. If you think that's what clickbait is, you don't understand clickbait. Clickbait is like what BuzzFeed do. You know, it's you won't believe the answer and shit like that. And people on social media can be, as Amy pointed out, like really, really cynical towards that. They will have you for it even when you're not even remotely doing it. So the net result is that if you don't have a super consistent theme, and you don't have a super consistent way to market on social media, it is kind of just, you know, something that you have to accept is going to be a slow burn, a longer working process, something you're going to have to take more time over. Hey Phrase, by the way, I totally missed you saying good morning. I'm sorry, mate. And that's fine. Like, I don't mind having to kind of take the slow and steady approach to growing my channel. I think that's actually pretty cool, because it gives me an opportunity to sort of learn the platform as I grow into it. which, you know, for me, as someone who came over from Twitch and kind of got sick of doing too much live content and wanted to do more recorded content, which is why I moved from Twitch in the first place. It's kind of handy to have an opportunity to learn the platform as I grow into it. You know, that's actually pretty useful to me. But I definitely feel that growing a YouTube channel, there are a lot of ways that you would never realize prior to starting where it can be difficult. And yeah, that resistance that you get on social media is a huge part of it. Like, it's this really weird form of entitlement sometimes. It's super bizarre from the content creator's perspective. It's super bizarre. Like, obviously, I have a Patreon, for example, and everyone knows I have a Patreon pretty much because I try to be pretty Johnny on the spot with advertising my Patreon whenever I make content, and that's just not being bad at my job. At the end of the day, that Patreon, feeds me and my family to a degree. It helps contribute towards bills. It's a pretty important part of my work, and I need to grow it in order to do bigger and better work. That's going to be like the main way that I can, for example, get better recording equipment for the channel. Maybe one day hire an editor. Like, that's definitely on the dream list. It's not on the list of things that I think will come anytime soon, but it's definitely on the list of things I would like to do, instead of editing myself, that kind of thing. And there can be this sort of perception that having a Patreon as a hobby content creator is somehow like against the code. It's somehow dishonorable. It's somehow immoral. And this is not a notion that's ever sort of explicitly stated by anyone, but there's like plenty of implication there. There's some pretty thinly veiled animosity towards people who want to create hobby content professionally. And then there's also just some people that don't really get it, don't really understand like what the job is, and what they perceive to be the job to be is the thing that annoys them. And when you sort of correct them on and help them to understand what the job actually is, they sort of can start to come around because their anger is not really genuine. They were just frustrated with their misconception. But like having a hobby Patreon, people really feel like entitled to hobby content, which is weird because like everything I do on YouTube is completely free, right? And there are patrons of mine in this chat right now. There are a couple. I've seen them chatting. The people that sign up to my Patreon can corroborate this if anyone is unsure. But you do not get any actual tuition-based content. You get nothing from the Patreon that isn't already offered freely on the YouTube in terms of actual hobby tuition content. Phrase, that's actually a point that I want to talk about in a minute. And so, like, the vast majority of the actual hobby content that I put out into the world is completely free. Don't want any money for it, don't ask for any money for it. The only thing I would appreciate is if you like it, if you enjoy it, if you get benefit from it, then help me spread the word, help me grow it, share it on social media. upvote it when you see it posted to places, that kind of thing. That's the only thing I ever ask for in exchange for my content, in exchange for my content itself. The Patreon is for people who, as I say in every video, wish to support the creation of the content. So it's not people who wish to pay for the content. It's not any expectation that people will pay for the content. Hey Heather, good morning. How you doing? We're just this isn't a rant. I want to be very clear that this isn't a rant. This is just me sort of addressing what I think is a very common misunderstanding. What you get from my Patreon is bonus stuff. You get, for example, if you're on the $6 and up tier, you get a recipe book, for example. Oh, James, I hope things are okay, bud. I'm actually having a really good day, man. I'm very sorry to hear that you're not, mate. Hope the stress starts to subside soon, dude, because I know it's been going on for a wee while now. So yeah, some examples of what I mean by additional content. You get a recipe book if you're on the $6 tier, which is a bunch of recipe breakdowns for how I paint certain things. It doesn't teach you anything. It's not content as such. It is just a living document that you can reference for things that I already give away for free in videos. Like, none of the recipes that are in that recipe book are not already in videos. The recipe book is a way of referencing. Yeah, Phrase, that's cool. Just DM me on Discord and I'll send you a fresh link. Yeah, it's all recipes that are featured in videos. It's just a quick reference so you can see what paints I used and what techniques I used. It's nothing that isn't already being given for free. What you are paying for is the extra effort it takes me to compile that in an easy to digest, easy to reference manual for you. That's effectively what you're buying with your Patreon sub, for example. Or, let's look at the more basic level. It gives you access to my Discord. Again, the reason it gives you access to my Discord is because running a Discord server, if you run a public Discord server, then you have far less agency over what happens in that server, how it happens, the type of community that you grow, the reasons that people join it, that kind of thing. The reason we made the Patreon server, the Discord server, hang on, that's the wrong way, it goes that way. The reason we made it cost money for people to join, and obviously we put it on the $1 tier, which was, the lowest we could possibly put it. But the reason we put it on the $1 tier was simply because the only reason that the Patreon went, the only reason that the Discord went Patreon only in the first place was that we wanted to remove people who were basically just using my platform to advertise theirs and were never interacting. We didn't want, when I say we, what I mean is me and my partner. She sort of tends to be my litmus test. We discuss what I'm planning to do and stuff like that, and she'll, she helps me with like moral decisions, and she'll discuss things with me, all sorts. Really, she's fucking brilliant. Yeah, essentially what we wanted to do was prevent. So what had happened in my old public Discord server was that it just ended up becoming, this was again back when I was a streamer, it just ended up becoming a server full of other streamers posting when they were going live. And unfortunately, like, that is what things descend into when there isn't a commonality of purpose, when there isn't a commonality of desire to be present, which is totally my fault. I was also sort of doing that as well. It's a very Twitch thing. People like Twitch streamers just all hang out in each other's Discord servers and cross promote. And it's actually kind of what I realized was that it's really not helpful to the viewer, because what it creates is just like this fucking wall of white noise where every Discord server is the same thing. Every Discord server is just a bunch of streamers promoting their Discord servers, which is, you know, that literally couldn't be less helpful, right? It's really, really not useful to anyone. And so, because I didn't want to just be providing exactly the same unhelpful environment as what I was seeing a lot of, the decision was made to kind of turn the Discord server more into like a way that I can regularly stay connected with my viewership, a way that I can regularly have more sort of informal interaction with the people who support me. So again, like the Patreon server is almost the Patreon Discord server is almost like a passive thing. Hey Underdog, how you doing, buddy? It's almost like, you know, it's a thing that's just there, and it doesn't really it's not really asking for anything, but it is, you know, it is patron only, and it's simply just patron only because it makes sense for it to be patron only, you know. There's literally no other reason. So the point that I'm trying to make for all this, I am aware that due to the fact that I'm concentrating on two things at once, I may have accidentally waffled on a little bit there. But the point I'm trying to make with all this is that all the different things that I offer through Patreon are they're little bonus extras, you know, they're little sort of thank yous for your support in varying degrees. Hey Oysterbix, how you doing? Yeah, it really can be, Amy. It really, really can be. I had to severely cut back on the number of servers I was present in, just because I just couldn't keep up, and it was becoming stressful, which is really silly. Obviously, you know, it should never be like that. So, like, yeah, the actual core of the content that I create is still completely free, and will always be completely free. And all these little extras are just, you know, commensurate thank yous for people going above and beyond to help me out, to help me keep producing more content, better content, that kind of thing. Yeah, it's tough to find the right way to do it, Underdog. In my position, my business is commission painting right now, and I don't want YouTube to create like a cross dependency between those two things. So, like, for me, I want to try and keep at least some degree of forced separation there between YouTube and my commission service, because I want people who support the channel through Patreon, I want to kind of be able to know that they're doing that because they want to see the content grow. Whereas people who support me by commissioning me, I want to know that they are doing that because they either want me to paint something for them or want to support me, you know, in my sort of day-to-day life. So I personally think it's important to have a separation there, and Patreon's allowed me to do that. Patreon allows smaller content creators to still, you know, actually make some money creating their content, essentially. That's basically what it does, because obviously YouTube does not pay when you're as small as I am. I'm not even hitting half of my payout threshold a month at the moment. I'm hitting about half of my payout threshold a month, to be honest. So my channel needs to double in size before I even hit minimum payout threshold, you know. And it's taken me, like the better part of 8 or 9 months to get the channel to grow to this point. So, like, it's, yeah, Patreon and commissions, I think, kind of need to be fairly separate things. For me personally, I'm talking about. Yeah, so back to what I was talking about. It's so this inference from some people that you know, they deserve mini painting content. I actually saw like people literally saying that they think it's shameful that some people charge for mini painting content and stuff like that. The first thing is, virtually all the successful YouTubers do exactly the same thing that I do. Most of the content is free on their channel, and the stuff that you get through Patreon is just like added bonuses. All the essentials of their content are always free on their YouTube channels. You know, that's what like Scott, John, actually, as soon as I think about it, I realize actually no, there's a lot of bigger YouTubers that don't do that. There's a lot of bigger YouTubers that paywall a lot of their content, actually. Thinking about it, but there's definitely also a big chunk of YouTubers who they don't paywall their content. They give all the actual content itself completely for free, and the stuff that's behind a paywall is bonus stuff. Essentially, that's the point I'm trying to make. Which means that at least to a degree, that is a misconception. That is something people think YouTubers are doing that they're not actually doing as broadly as people think. Which is problematic because it's obviously creating a false impression of what hobby content creation is about. For example, like I give private tuition, and I make a good wage doing private tuition. That's a good part of my job. Hey David, how you doing? Hey Felix. Yeah, and that was another one of the reasons. That was actually the secondary reason why I took the Discord to being patron only, was because I wanted it to shrink in size. It was just full of people who didn't post in it, and people who just posted links to their own content. That was literally all that was in it when it was public, and that was all that was in most of the public servers I was in, which was you know what kind of caused me to reach that breaking point with it. But like, yeah, there's definitely a degree of misconception there. Like people seem to think that content creators having Patreons means that content is being paywalled, which it doesn't. It's hey Ren, how you doing, bud? That is definitely problematic. If people's perception is that you being a content creator and having a Discord means you're paywalling all of your best content, that's definitely a problem, because even though you've got every right to do that, if you're a creator and you're doing that and you hear this, I don't want you to think that I'm against you doing that. You have every right to do that. If you wish to paywall all of your best content, that is absolutely your right. But the fact that there is this assumption that that's what everyone's doing is absolutely going to drive frustration in people. And of course, some of that is down to entitlement. Of course it is. People think that they deserve your content for free, and they don't. That's not how it works. You're doing something above and beyond. You are putting in hours to create that content. People do not deserve it for free. If you give it for free, that's you doing a nice thing. That is not you giving people what they deserve. But the point being is that if the perception is that content creators having a patron means that they're paywalling their best content, then That is David again. Exactly. Very, very good, important point. Very, very good, important point. Then you can see why frustration builds around content creators having a Patreon. You can understand why these people would feel the way that they feel, regardless of whether or not you agree with it. And funny enough, my old man used to say that as well. And so, like, I get that side of it, but then the other side of it is that thing that I kind of touched on a minute ago, is that sense of entitlement. Like, what people don't realize is that, like, I saw a comment, I think it was on Twitter the other day, and it's not from someone I follow or someone that I interact with or someone that I know or anything like that. But I just saw this, like, flyaway comment on the subject of, you know, hobby patrons and stuff like that. And somebody was saying something to the effect of, hobby advice should always be free. Like, when I got into the hobby 20 years ago, nobody had any qualms about helping each other out with learning how to do this or that. It's like, so, like, I get what that person thought they were saying, but I think that's like a really ignorant thing to say at the same time. I think that's like a super, super ignorant thing to say. Because, like, me, you know, if I, like, me showing one of my IRL hobby friends how I did something, you know, like, say Ren, for example, Renfield286 in the chat, he is one of my IRL flesh and blood actual friends. He has been to my house, and he will come to my house again at some point. We are often in this, or not often because we don't live near each other, but we are in the same room together from time to time. If I was to sort of pull Ren in, crane him over my shoulder, and show him how I paint something, that isn't the same as me spending 2 fucking days straight recording and editing a video, plus the research time that certain videos require. You know, not every video can just be recorded off the back of your ass. Like, some videos you actually have to do research for as well. That's not the same thing. Like, and even implying that it is, that what content creators do is no different to your local hobby mate crouching down beside you and talking you through how they painted something. Like, that is so fucking ignorant. And, like, it really wound me up to read that comment, because it's just so devaluing to my profession. Like, it's so damnably devaluing to what I do for a living, and it really made me angry. I had to take a step back, and I didn't comment because I knew that I was mad. yeah, we'll be seeing a lot more of each other once we're vaccinated, Ren. Don't you worry about that, mate. But, like, you know, my initial reaction to that was just like, how fucking dare you? You know, people. Don't get me wrong, like, a lot of folk that make content just purely just, you know, for something to do, just because they enjoy it, just for a lark, for a fuck about. And, you know, they may make quite sort of quote unquote low value content. I hate that term, but it is a term and people kind of know what it means. And, like, you know, I get that, like, for some people, making content is just a thing that they kind of enjoy doing every now and again, and they just chuck it out, and the content hasn't got a ton of effort in it or anything like that. But the implication that somebody valuing hours and hours of their time is the same as somebody valuing 5 minutes for a mate is, like, just so fucking skewed. It's so not in the real world, you know. And it proper made me mad to read it. Yeah, definitely, Amy. It's going to be fun. It's going to be really fun getting back to Wormwood. I actually haven't been for a really long time anyway, because when I lived in Bath, it was just really fucking far away, whereas now it's close, you know. I Can't remember how this technique works, remind me, and he's giving me pointers to help out, but he is within his right to tell me to do one or even point me at a video that explains it. But that's what I mean, like, it's still not the same thing, you know? It's like, giving your mate 5 or 10 minutes of your time is not the same as giving the entire world several days of your time to create a piece of content. Like, making videos is not the easiest thing in the world, you know? If it was the easiest thing in the world, everyone would be doing it, and they're not. There's a reason why people take far more casually to streaming than they do to content than they do to recorded content creation. There's a reason why every mini painter and their dog has currently started a Twitch channel, not a YouTube channel. Like, you know, streaming is literally point a camera at what you do, and if you've got a good enough personality, people will be drawn to it. Like, that is just what streaming is. I say that as someone who streamed. You know, if you are compelling from a personality perspective, people will watch you on Twitch. Whereas creating edited content requires a culmination of so many more skills. Like, you have to be good at Photoshop to make the thumbnails, you have to be good with whatever your editing software of choice is. You have to learn how to do different types of scene transitions, different types of simple animation techniques. Like, there's fucking loads to learn to even make, like, alright YouTube videos. Sadly, I must go. Got to go join a meeting. Take care, Pingu. Thank you so much for hanging out. Look after yourself. Recording editing content is hard. It's something that I've struggled with. Yeah, totally. Chris, hello, mate. How you doing? How you doing today? I just accidentally found myself bitching about entitled wargamers putting down my profession. Bless him. Bless him. It's just, you know, it's one of those things that, like, if you do it, like, from the inside, it's really fucking hard to not get angry about. But from the outside, it probably seems kind of casual, kind of trivial. Not casual. Use the right words, Stuart. Come on. Try your best, mate. Yeah, like, it probably seems kind of trivial to a lot of folk, but, like, from the inside, it's pretty horrible. Like, you know, seeing social media posts that basically just imply or even sometimes outright state that your profession has no value and that you should be doing what you do for a living for free. Like, it's really not pleasant, you know. It's a really hard thing to sit and read. And so, you know, understandably, it makes me a bit wound up. It makes me a little bit angry. Because, like, it's hard enough to make a living wage as a creative. That's, you know, in and of itself, it is a career choice that you know is never gonna really lead to good money unless you're really fucking lucky. You know, the main reason that you get rich in a creative career is a huge stroke of luck, or being very, 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 very good at networking. But, like, when you add to that the compounding effect of people acting like your profession ain't worth shit, like, you can understand why people get mad at that. It's not like the Wild West days of YouTube where you would just film something on a potato and bang it up. Yeah, like, gone are the days. But it's just painting. Exactly, Heather. Exactly. I have zero experience with video editing, but if it's anything like recording, it's bloody hard. It's very easy to do wrong. Yeah, it's very similar to audio recording in a functional way rather than a form way. Like, all the software looks different and you're pressing different buttons, but you're essentially doing very similar things. You know, you're sort of micro adjusting individual pieces of content and how they move together and how they layer up on top of each other. And if there's demand for it, then it clearly isn't invalid. Exactly. But people just refuse to believe that. Good hobby content on YouTube is gold. There's a lot of other stuff that's less so. Very challenging to run a painting business, social media. Yeah, it's tough, Chris. And that's really not me, like, decrying the difficulty of my job. That was never... obviously, you weren't here for the start of the conversation, but that's, you know, that's never what it's been about. Like, I don't think anyone who supports me and watches me regularly thinks for a second that making content is easy and that, you know, that I'm basically getting a fucking free ride or anything like that. You know, like, my supporters are fantastically understanding people always. It's where the frustration comes from is just the fact that there's like a thread in the hobby community of people who feel like they deserve what I do for a living for free. That's where the frustration comes in, is in being told that the you know, £sign value of your job is zero. And like, I don't think anyone in any job in the world would feel okay about that. Do you know what I mean? I don't think that's unique to me. Hey Mary, how you doing? Good to see you. There are YouTube creators who have given me the right information in the wrong format before now. Yeah, that can happen. It can happen. It's tough. Like, creating content is tough. I definitely don't get it right every video. And I often know when I haven't got it right. I certainly know if I've missed the point that I was trying to make, or if I could have delivered something better. But like, a lot of the challenge with making content is becoming consistent, and that's something that kind of comes from experience. And I am still new to this. I'm still very new to this, you know. So I don't really expect too much of myself on that regard. Like, I expect a bit of inconsistency from myself at the moment, you know, while I'm still kind of getting my head around certain aspects of the job. Right, this is the thing, Chris, is, you know, like, the more reasonable-minded among us understand that anything that you can't personally do that you may wish to have done for you has monetary value, you know. That's kind of the thing that people don't realize, is like, if you don't have either the time or ability to paint that miniature the way you want it painted, then you're going to be very glad that commission painting services exist. If you're someone who, you know, has never been in that position, where they've either not had the time or felt like they didn't have the ability to paint something the way that they want it painted, if you've never been in that position, then I can definitely see how you might have developed the perception that professional painting services aren't worthwhile. I can understand how you may have got to that. But for the vast majority of us, we have at some point been in that position where we either, you know, like the last time I used a painting service was actually not even that long ago. A guy called Kieran Plastic on Twitter, really lovely guy. Good friend of mine. He actually works for Siege Studios now. He's recently started working for Siege Studios, and he is a very, very lovely man. He had the time and I didn't, and my Word Bearers army was starting to fall behind. So I commissioned him just to get all the base coats on for me, so that I could kind of fast forward through the painting process. And he did 20 cultists and 10 tactical marines for me. Just got the base coats down for me, which massively sped up me being able to finish them. At the end of the day, it's, you know, he doesn't get to make his mark on those miniatures because he's literally just applying the base coats for me, knowing that I will be painting over. But, you know, it's really easy work. So, you know, that is an area where a painting service is handy. Something that I've had a similar conversation about with folks before. Yeah, I think me and you have probably spoken about this subject a fair bit, Ren, because I know it's something we're both quite passionate about. Just fair pay in general is something that me and Ren are both quite passionate about. I don't know anything about commission painting. Do you get to choose the jobs, or do you find yourself having to paint models you really hate? I've gotten a lot better these days at picking and choosing the jobs, at saying no. When you first start, I think you tend to find that you have a hard time saying no. You don't want to, you know, lose reputation points, as it were. You don't want to lose the money for the job. When you first start, you know, really trying to do it professionally, every job is precious from a financial point of view, not just from, you know, the potential reputation that it gains you. And so it can be really hard at first to say no to jobs. But as you get more established and you have more of a pool of regular customers available to you, because at the end of the day, it's your regulars that keep you afloat. It's not the people that come for one-offs. Then you start to be able to sort of pick and choose a little more. When someone says to me, "Oh, I wouldn't have the patience to paint that," Kieran is really nice. I know him from the UK Hobbyist Discord. Yeah, Kieran's absolutely solid. He's a really, really nice guy. I've got a lot of time for Kieran. How hard did you find it to get your name out and get work to come in? David, so there's kind of a couple of sides to that. Firstly, before I sort of go into anything, the first thing I should say is my name isn't really out there. I'm still a very small YouTuber, and as commission painters go, I'm still only really being asked to do about enough work to keep me in work. The top people, the famous commission painters, have got way more work than they can possibly stay on top of. They have to turn away the majority of what they get asked to do, because the volume of work available so outweighs the output of work that one person can produce. So the first point to really make is that I'm not really out there on the grand scheme of things, which is like, when you're not out there at all, when you've never painted commissions and you're maybe considering getting into commission painting, it's really hard to look at someone who commission paints for a living and go, well, how are you not out there? You literally do it for a living. But you know, I do it for a living, but I only get pretty much exactly enough work to do it for a living. And that's vastly different to the people who are quote unquote famous for it. So that's kind of an important thing. But the other thing really is just, like, my Facebook presence was already really well established because I've been a 2D artist for years. And I'd sold all of my 2D art through Facebook. And so I kind of already had a Facebook presence, and I just had to kind of slowly swing it across from being about 2D art to being about miniatures. Just had to kind of slowly metamorphose. So Facebook was kind of easy. But to be honest, everywhere else, I just put accepting commissions in my handle name, like on Twitter and stuff like that. Just added the words accepting commissions, and just posted my work regularly, you know, whether it's good or bad. And that's the thing. Like, you definitely have to not be afraid to post work that you know may have made a mistake on or may not be the most proud of. That it is also important to show that work, not just the work that is amazing. Because if you do not appear human, if what you are doing does not appear attainable, you get kind of elevated to this status of untouchability, where people kind of can't really relate to you. They find it kind of hard to, you know, to relate to you. And I don't think that's a very healthy position to be in as a commission painter. I think, you know, you want an audience of people that know that you're passionate about the hobby that the work relates to, that you care about things. Amy, take care. You have a lovely day. If it's something you want to do, you'll have the patience, and it's the same with finding time to do something. Yeah, there's a degree of truth to that, definitely. Yeah, Chris, that's exactly what we spoke about when we first talked about your commission. Yeah. yeah, being able to buy things pre-painted off of eBay can be really handy, especially if you're not too worried about the standard of the painting or about like customizing it, stuff like that. Commission services really start to become handy when you want something very custom and specific. But just buying stuff pre-painted off eBay can also be really helpful. Like there's been times where I've sort of had a look for armies that I collect to see what's available pre-painted, because I just sort of didn't really feel like I maybe had time. I followed you for a bit on Twitter before making content. I think showing all your style of work was very helpful in knowing you were the man to take a project forward. It's interesting because I think, you know, for me personally, like I'm kind of a pretty versatile painter. I do a number of different things. And it's only maybe probably only the last sort of 6 months or so that I've started to really think about developing a style of my own. I've never really wanted a style of my own previously. I've always wanted to just kind of fuck about with a bit of everything and just have a lark. It's a very, very new thing for me to kind of feel like I want a style of my own. And so, you know, I've not been working on that for the longest time. It's definitely something I've only recently started to think about. I remember seeing your stuff on Reddit for Magic a long time ago and going, that's pretty awesome. It did help with that brand recognition when your videos popped up and recommended on YouTube. Yeah, I definitely, I was pretty, for my 2D work, I was pretty out there on Reddit. I was pretty well covered on Reddit. That was one of the places where I started to do Reddit. I actually started to get to the point where I got a lot of commissions through Reddit. Like I was really, really doing well on commissions through Reddit, which actually ended up being really useful because it led to a position where I got burnt out, maybe a little bit quicker than I would have if I wasn't posting to Reddit, and it kind of led me to realizing I needed to retire from 2D a bit quicker. So you know, Reddit kind of did me a favor in a weird way. Just skipping ahead on comments a second, Renfield, the reason for that is that YouTube has 3 different settings for balancing image quality with amount of delay, and I use the middle one, which is a bit more delay than Twitch but a bit better image quality than Twitch, whereas on Twitch it would be the equivalent of the lowest latency setting on YouTube, so the image quality wouldn't be as good but the delay would also be less. Let me go back to David McDonald. I was interested as I have only just found your channel about a week ago, as I was looking for airbrush information. I've just picked up my first one today. Nice! What one did you go with, David? What airbrush did you go with? So yeah, I use the one that balances picture quality and latency as best as POS. Probably should have cut this little tab out before and glued everything together. That was pretty silly of me. No worries, Chris. You have a good day, my friend. Take care, dude. Glad you said about posting non-perfect stuff. Been doing Hobby Streak on Twitter. It does feel daunting to post on the days where all I've done is base coat. Well, exactly. But this is the thing. Is like, for me personally, I think it's very important. Not to my brand. Like, for the sake of my brand, I should totally be only posting my best work. I should, you know, people should only ever see me posting absolutely amazing aspirational painting. stuff that I've really tried my best on. Of course, that makes perfect sense. In the same way that, you know, when it comes to like sales and marketing, you know, you shouldn't post a info poster that's got typos in it, that kind of shit. You know, it's the same sort of thinking. But that's not the only side to what being a hobby content creator is, right? The other really important thing is I am like you. This is my hobby also. I am passionate about it. I love it. If you look around my office, you will see so many projects that I've not managed to make a start on yet. You know, much like you folks at home. Stuff that's in the pipeline. If you look on the shelves, in fact, I think I can actually show you. If I put this camera on and this camera on, a second. If you look to the side of me beyond my monitors, you can see shelves that are absolutely stacked with Warhammer miniatures. This is the camera that I film face cam on, which is why it's currently got a light in front of it, because I'm working, not filming face cam. But you can see, like, on my shelves and stuff, you know, stacks and stacks of stuff that I've collected. My own armies were on the left of that shot when I first switched over. And this is the thing, is, you know, I love this. It's really important to me. I care about it. I'm passionate about it. And I have to also communicate that, because my mission isn't just to fucking sell you my Patreon. My mission is to engage with like-minded people who are also passionate for this hobby, who also love it. If my mission was just to sell you my Patreon, then everything has to be perfect all the time. And I'm not about that. That doesn't interest me. I don't want to be perfect all the time. I want to make mistakes and learn from them and grow. I want to demonstrate my growth. I want to, you know, fuck up and have to redo stuff and things. Like, that's part of the joy of it for me, because that's something that you're all going through. That's something that everyone watching my content has experienced. That's part of being a hobbyist. And I don't want to pretend that that doesn't exist in my world just for the benefit of a few more clicks. It doesn't do anything for me, you know. It's not something that I have as a goal. I have to be honest, it isn't a top-end airbrush, as this is just see if I can get the hang of it. Probably wanting to start something and moving away from it after a while. Honestly, my first airbrush was a 25 quid Amazon set. It was a cheap, you know, unbranded or China branded airbrush with a little tiny mini compressor that was an absolute piece of shit. It was terrible, but it, you know, it primed, and from priming my minis with an airbrush, that got me into, you know, wanting to use an airbrush more. And the more you use an airbrush, the more enjoyable and addictive it becomes. So, you know, it's no bad thing to start with a cheap airbrush, David. It honestly is no bad thing at all. Besides which, airbrushes are fucking expensive. So, like, you know, should really anyone be honestly advising people to spend like multiple hundreds for their first setup? Maybe, it depends. I mean, like, my friend Victor, for example, who's also one of my mods, I gave him one of my old, fairly decent, it's sort of, you know, like a middle of the road airbrush. I gave him one of my old airbrushes, and it just needed a new needle, which is obviously, the cost of a needle is going to be less than the, or, you know, it's going to be less than the cost of a cheap Amazon airbrush. So, you know, it kind of made more sense for him to start with a better airbrush, but because he was starting with a better airbrush, I advised him to also not get a cheap shitty compressor. I advised him to make sure that he also got a half decent compressor, because what's the point in having a wonderful airbrush when you're putting fucking squirty shit air through it that is gonna you know, inhibit its quality. So like he's, you know, a corner case where he started with a pretty good airbrush and a really good compressor. But for most people, I don't think it's really something you should be advising people, is to like spend a fortune. How much inside space do you need for an airbrush? If I do it on my PC desk, do I have to worry about getting on my monitor? I mean, I do it on my PC desk, and there's no overspray on my monitors. The only area where I've really got overspray is, you can see, like here, the edge of my wet palette is furry with overspray. This is a combination of overspray and dust. They'll sort of mix in the air and create this fur. It's pretty annoying, but it's the only area where I really get much overspray. Airbrushes do not scatter particles in the way that people act like they do on social media. Paint is a lot heavier than air. It falls instantly. Like, it drops down literally instantly when it doesn't have the force of air pushing it in a direction. It's not something that hangs around in the atmosphere like people think it does. Like, the particles are really heavy, and there's a ton of really, really misleading, scaremongery content out there surrounding airbrushes. At the same time, like, I'm not gonna tell anyone to be careless, because it ain't on me to take that risk for you. Take what you think are reasonable precautions, is what I would say. But at the same time, a lot of what you read on the internet is quite blown out of proportion. I think the main thing is you're probably going to clog your first airbrush really badly. I did a video on how I clean my airbrush, and that method will restore a completely clogged airbrush to working. So I don't think you need to be like too worried. I don't think you need to be massively worried. But yeah, you know, your first airbrush is probably going to get pretty roughed up. It's probably going to end up not being the finest piece of equipment in the world. Yeah, I sort of never know where I stand on that, Ren. I've got to be honest. I've never been able to decide which side of that I stand. Like, I do think that there's a lot of wisdom in that, in not over-investing. I definitely think that there's a lot of merit in that when you're new to a thing, in not over-investing. But on the other side, there are certain things where you can really kind of be held back by your equipment. Like airbrushing in particular, one of the things that really limits what you can do with an airbrush is your compressor. If you don't have a good steady stream of air flowing at all times, then it's really easy for your compressor to be unpredictable in its behavior, which makes it really hard to do kind of any kind of detail work with it, anything where you're working quite fine. Because the finer you start working with an airbrush, the more predictable you need it to be. And so, like, I bought, for my first compressor, and it's still the compressor that I use currently, I bought one that doesn't have a reserve tank. That was a huge mistake, and I should have spent more money. on that compressor. But that wasn't my first compressor. That was my first proper compressor. My first compressor was one of those little box Amazon things that came with the kit. So, like, you know, I agree in principle, but I also think knowing when the right time is to upgrade, you know, you don't necessarily have to spend like a year learning your cheap equipment before you're ready to upgrade. You're ready to upgrade when you feel the restriction of the equipment. When you can tangibly feel where the equipment is holding you back or causing you a problem, that's the point that you're understanding it enough to be ready to move on to the next stage, I think. And today's video is performing really badly. I don't know what's happened there. I honestly thought it would do pretty well, like, because I just haven't done nearly enough Blood Bowl content. But it is not winning so far. The thumbnail is not the best though, admittedly. I really struggled to get a good kind of composition for a thumbnail. So that might be part of it. Thumbnail definitely matters a lot on YouTube. Could also just be because I'm currently live. So like, a bunch of people will receive a notification or a recommendation for the live stream, not for the video. That might have been a mistake on my part, going live the same day that I published a video. Should perhaps not go live on the days that you publish a video. Yeah, the compressor is way more important than brush, definitely. Like, with a brush, you tend to be able to overcome the shortfalls of the hardware with skill, whereas with a compressor, you cannot make that air flow any cleaner than your compressor's going to let it flow. Man, these ogres are going to be so much fun to paint. I'm really getting excited to paint these. These are mine as well. The commission is the undead team. These guys. But the ogres are actually mine. Like, just so cool. Such great sculpts. Blood Bowl is whoever the people are, I should know their names really, but the people that they hire to do the sculpting for Blood Bowl, they really should just give them far more work, because consistently the sculpting for the Blood Bowl miniatures is really special, and I think they could definitely stand to lean into it a bit more. Like, they've got really, really good people working for them on the Blood Bowl side. It's not yet lunchtime. No, that is true. You do get a spike of views around lunchtime, but I've totally had videos where when I first post them, they really underperform, and then they start to quite rapidly improve over time. So it doesn't really mean anything. I'm just surprised because I guess whenever it's like miniatures that I really enjoyed painting or that I found particularly interesting, I get this kind of silly thing where I sort of think that other people will also therefore find it interesting, which is obviously not the case. Yeah, Blood Bowl rats, get it done. We could play some Blood Bowl after the pandemic, that'd be great. Yeah, do you know what? I've not actually played a single game of the current edition of Blood Bowl, and that kind of pains me. I really want to. I really like the miniatures, and I want to play with them. I've just not had an opportunity to do so ever, and that is a damn shame. Like, just look how cool this sculpt is. Like, the motion The motion, people. Can we take a moment to appreciate the motion in the ocean of the ogre lotion? It's just, that is something special. Also, titties. Do you know what? I think he's going on his base now while I clean up these last couple of bits. So the other one that's in the punt position I put on his toe, so I'm going to try and put this one more on his flat foot so that he looks just slightly differently positioned. And try and get this one to rest more on his flat foot. It's not really designed for it. The way the foot is sculpted, he wants to really sit on his toe where I put the other one, but I can make it work. You got it, big guy. You can do it. Yeah, I think the current version was a little bit awkward on the timing. I think that might be part of why they did a re-release. That and the fact that the sculpts that they included weren't the best in the last one. I might actually get the human team painted though. I may actually get the human team painted. Because now that I own these ogres, obviously humans can have an ogre star player. In fact, I think they can just have an ogre in the team anyway, right? They can just hire ogres. So now that I have these ogres, if I get the human, because I've got the old box, if I get the humans painted out of that, then I could also have a human team with an ogre, which would give me another flexibility option for what I can play. And then Jenny's got a Lizardman team, which I think all she's actually built out of it is one chameleon skink, and other than that, I think that's pretty untouched. And then I've also got the old orc team, which I've got a couple of models painted from, but I don't really... The problem with that is I really like the colour scheme, but it's a dickhead to paint. So if I did do anything with the old orc team, I'd probably repaint it. But really and truly, what I actually want to do is just get the new box, because the new box, both the orcs and the humans in it are just really, really nice. Blood Bowl is in a very good place right now, miniatures wise. The actual model lines are so good. We're getting a new Warhammer Quest. Do you know what? When they sort of spoiled that they were releasing a new game, I kind of didn't care, because I knew that it would be all over the internet really quickly anyway. So like, as much as I know is that it's Warhammer Quest, I don't really know anything beyond that because I've not bothered to look at this point. Warhammer Quest I never really got into, and mostly because I never really attempted to. You know, it's probably something I should look at some point. But you know, it's such a fucking vast hobby, right? Like, I mean, I still have like a bunch of stuff for 40k that I want to do, / I'm in the middle of doing, and just so many hobby things going on. You dickhead. Shoulder pad came off as I glued his head on. Stay. Right, that's 3 or 4 ogres. You see, by putting this guy flat-footed and this guy on his tiptoes as they intended, it just changes them up a little bit. Like, the height difference is there now. There's ever such a slight height difference. The pose just looks a little bit different. The other thing I could have done is tried to actually get him to sit on this foot so that he was sort of more like he was falling over, but I just thought that'd be a bit silly. But yeah, they're going to look good. They're going to look real good. The models for the Warhammer Quest look so good. Oh, really? That's interesting. I need to do some checking out. It's called Cursed City and it's all witch huntery. Okay. Oh, is that where that new witch hunter and those vampires are from? Is that what they're from? The new Warhammer Quest game? Because those vampires, they give me like some serious Legacy of Kain vibes, and I am all about that. Like, they really remind me of Legacy of Kain vampires, and I do not mind being reminded of Legacy of Kain vampires. That is a very cool thing. Vampires are underworlds. Okay. Thanks, Felix and Mari. Well, the vampires were definitely the sickest thing from that run of spoilers, in my opinion. In my humble... I love that expression. In my humble opinion. Purely because it's so ironic that very rarely are our opinions actually humble. a lot of people really place quite a lot of value in their opinion, you know? For me, it entirely depends. It entirely depends on what I'm having an opinion on as to how much I care about my opinion. The vast majority of the time, I accept that my opinion is just my preference on something, and that I'm not nearly informed enough about that thing to have anything beyond a preference. But you know, there's the occasional moment here and there where I'm like, no, I know my shit when it comes to this. This is a thing I know about. My opinion is important here. Not that anyone listens to little old me. Ah, here's the hand that's throwing the Noblar. I really wanted to include the hand that's throwing the Noblar. And I couldn't find the Noblar that's attached to an Ogre hand. I've just found him. And he goes on... is a right hand. So he's going to go on this arm. Boop. Boop. So that's the arm for the thrown Noblar. What, the vampires, Murray? They look fucking cool. They look really fucking cool. You've seen these sweet ram skulls that come with this set. It's a real shame because they go on the shoulder that I've specifically already said I don't really want to put decoration on. They go on this shoulder. So I don't know. I might find somewhere else that I can squeeze one in. There may be a way that I can do that. But as it stands right now, I don't actually have a home for them. It's this arm we need because we use the other one on the other guy. The arms are also actually paired, and I've deliberately mixed the pairs up so that their armor looks kind of piecemeal. Very nice set of sculpts. I'm getting a bit spoiled by the various patrons I follow with my 3D printer because next month one of the ones I follow is releasing a big set of Vampire Carnival figures. Nice. Yeah, it's definitely one of the things I imagine can be a bit tricky when it comes to 3D printers. Like, there's got to be a lot of temptation there to just want to print the world. Like, I really want a printer, but I've been very clear with myself that if I get one, its main purpose is going to be like conversion bits. I'm not going to fall into that rabbit hole of like what you're doing, Ren, where you sort of pledge to a bunch of 3D print Patreon accounts and all that. Like, it's too rabbit holey for my personality type. That's you know, my concern is it would be very, very easy for me to get really lost in something like that and to accidentally spend too much money and too much time, really. So like, it's pretty high on my priority list to get a 3D printer when I can, because I want to, you know, I want to be able to have access to conversion bits and stuff like that. But I'm being very careful with what I hype myself up for when it comes to 3D printing, because the main thing I really want is conversion bits, especially for my Orc army, which, you know, is still very young at the moment. I mean, it's in terms of what's painted, it's this is what's painted out of my Orc army, this one miniature. Oh, that's definitely just come unglued from there. That's a problem. But you know, there are other miniatures unpainted on the shelf. It's just that's the only thing that's painted right now. Yeah, this is it, Felix. It feels to me like a really useful tool for conversion bits. Yeah, the Bernie miniature. I saw that it existed. It popped up in my, I think it was on my Facebook timeline. It popped up. I like that. Yeah, I like that exists. I think that's very cool that somebody leapt on creating that. Oh, I've got a very itchy nostril. Thanks, Felix. I mean, Ren does exactly the same thing for me. So, like, yeah, I'm totally able to have stuff printed. It's really handy having friends that are willing to do that as well. Really, really handy. So I very much appreciate the offer. I mean, I honestly think that I'll probably wait until I've got my own printer before getting into it, because that'll also force me to slow down a little bit on the army itself, which is probably a good idea for me, because I don't know how this year's going to pan out financially yet, to be honest with you. I don't know how much I'm going to be able to invest into hobby this year. I think, like, there are a lot of signs there that say that this year will be a big improvement on last year, but then last year was a downturn on the year prior because of COVID. So, you know, an improvement isn't necessarily a good indicator that I can start going too wild. And obviously a printer is a very expensive thing, so I don't know what the lay of the land is just yet. All my white scars have got circular shields and curved power swords and chain swords. Nice! That's very cool. That's really fucking cool. Man, I love white scars. There's a video I did a while ago, it just happens to be on my desk, where I painted this guy. And so white scars were my eldest brother Steve's chapter. White scars were what he collected, and they were the first Space Marine chapter that I really was exposed to, as a result of Steve being the person that sort of first turned me onto the hobby. So I actually chose and painted this face to look like Steve. I don't have a photo of him, unfortunately. He's one of these weirdos who has an anime profile pic on Facebook and doesn't post any photos of himself. You know the type. I should probably point out that I'm totally not insulting you if you are that type of person. You have every right to your anonymity. It just, it's something that I find amusing. But yeah, I sculpted and painted, I selected and painted the face to actually look like him. So this is actually Brother Steve, quite literally. He is both my brother and a battle brother of the White Scars. And when lockdown is finally over, he'll be able to come round, and I'm going to give it to him. So this will actually be his when I next see him. But unfortunately, since moving back to the same part of the country that he lives in, I've had exactly one opportunity to meet him, and that was impromptu. I've seen him once in the last year, and yeah, that was impromptu because I would happen to be at my mum's. It was also the last time I saw my mum, about a year ago, like late January when I first moved up. So I've actually been back in the Midlands for pretty much exactly a year now. And obviously most of that has been Corona time. If I win a monoscreen printer at some point next year, Shy, you can have a permanent loan of my non-monoscreen one. Friend, you're a very sexy creature. You're a very, very sexy creature. That's a really nice thing to say. Man, I would love the opportunity to be able to print more. That would be really great. I would like to actually, learn some of the finer points, and it would also potentially give me an excuse to learn to sculpt, which is a thing that I kind of fancy a go at. I don't know how good I'd be at it, but I certainly fancy a go at it. Right, folks, I'm going to take a brief break. I need to nip to the loo. I might refill my coffee cup while I'm out there. So I'm going to be a few minutes. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves. And then when I get back, we will get this last ogre done, and then we'll move on to some Gnoblars. So see you in a little while. Okie dokie, friends, I have returned. What you been talking about? What you been talking about? Let's have a look, see. COVID made it hard. I haven't seen my grandparents for over a year. It's fucked, isn't it? It's so fucked. Hey, Balnor, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I popped to the loo and I also refilled my coffee. I was very much needing coffee. So, those two tasks are now complete. I can now resume the painting. Well, the assembly. Just doing some assembly today. Just having one of those like chill and build streams. Had some interesting conversations about like valuing people's work and you know what content creation is all about and that kind of thing. Been having some good chats. It's been real pleasant. Some lovely folk hanging out, which is always nice. One thing I love most, I think, about doing these kind of streams is just having a chance to actually have conversations with some of you. Whereas, you know, on Twitter, for example, it can be quite difficult to have actual proper conversations, especially whilst I'm working, you know, whereas doing this I can talk while I work quite easily. This is why the Hangout and Hobby is so fun as well in the Discord. Although I have to admit, earlier in the week I wasn't Hangout and hobbying because I was working on something that was very hard. And I've realised that if I'm working on stuff that's really difficult, it's better for me and the paint job if I don't hang out and hobby, because I will just let myself get distracted. Got a dash, arm is killing me, but at least I finished my Judicia while listening to you. Oh, nice. Well, nice about the Judicia, shit about the arm. I'm really sorry. You take care, get some painkillers, get some rest. I just did my first 3D print also, posted it in the Hangout chat. Nice. I shall take a little look-see at that momentarily. Whoop. One leg. Have a quick look-see at Balnor's first 3D print. Oh, nice! That's huge. That's fucking huge. It's cool though. Very cool. All these make a foul whistling noise when you blow into them because they've got this open belly. It's fucking horrible. That's right, folks, you heard it here first. If you blow an ogre, it makes a weird noise. Oh, is that a 75? It looked big for a 75. It looked really big for a 75. It looked more like a 90. Yeah, painting larger scale models can be really good fun. There's one that I've got over in the corner that I pick up every now and again, which is a 75. I haven't done any work on it for months now. A lot of skin tones. Skin tones at that scale, you really want them to be absolutely perfect. So I've sort of given up a little bit. Might be one of those that I end up stripping. What's the matter, Felix? What's the matter, mate? What's up, buddy? Ugh, tags, man. Sprue connection points. What do people call those? The sprue connection points? Because sprue connection points feels like quite a long-winded thing, and it feels like exactly the kind of thing that Warhammer folk would have abbreviated by now. But I can't recall any sort of standard vernacular abbreviation that I've ever heard previously for those. Oh, these miniatures are terrifyingly sick. I'm so excited to start painting them. They're well enough. Knobby bits. Oh, the ogre blowing joke. Yeah. Well, you know. I mean, to be fair, if you blow most things, they make a funny noise. So, you know, it's not ogre specific. This is going to be a bit of a pain in the dick, I think. Probably got to use some of these Gnoblars to fill out my 40k Gretchen as well. Like, have them pull double duty because they're on the right base to do either. Fiddly little fuckers. So, here's the thing. I listen to audiobooks when I'm going to sleep, typically. I'm trying to paint, laughing isn't helpful. Yeah, weird, isn't it? It seems like exactly the kind of thing that that Warhammer folk would create some sort of acronym or shorthand for, but I don't know of one. I always just call them sprue connection points or tabs. Sprue tabs. So yeah, I listen to audiobooks usually while I'm going to sleep, which tends to mean that, like, during the book I'll sometimes miss little bits where I, like, fell asleep before the sleep timer on Audible ran out, and so it played a bit more while I was sleeping. It's just a thing that sometimes happens, and it never really bothers me. I don't tend to usually miss the end of books, because by the end, sort of, there's so much climactic build usually that I'm sort of unable to fall asleep until I hear the end anyway. But there's sometimes sort of little gaps in my memory from during the course of the book as a result. Which is, like, you know, it's never really been a problem. And I've just recently listened to First and Only again, the first Gaunt's Ghosts book. And I realised, despite the fact that that's one of my absolute favourite series, I fucking adore Gaunt's Ghosts. Like, I cannot even explain to you how much I love Gaunt's Ghosts. Despite the fact that it's one of my absolute favourite series, I must have fallen asleep before a really important part of plot near the end of the book, because I had absolutely no memory of the fact that at the end of that first book they find an STC, and I can't recall ever reading another book where they actually talk about an STC in detail, you know, where one is discovered and it describes what it looks like and stuff like that. And it might just be that I've not read the right books and that it might come up fairly commonly. But it was a really, really interesting part of the book, and I've managed to somehow, the last time I listened to that book, I've managed to sleep through all of it. And it's like quite a section. It's probably at least an hour of the book. And that made me wonder if perhaps I need to stop listening to audiobooks when I'm asleep, or when I'm going to sleep, and maybe start listening to them while I'm working instead. Wondering if it's entirely wise to listen to them when I'm falling asleep. The amount of things in Warhammer and Painting and Modeling that I just call bits. Yeah, no, it's true, isn't it? Like, thingy. The Gaunt's Ghosts. I thought it was the one with the last chances in. No, it's Gaunt's Ghosts. Yeah. That's a really good book as well, First and Only. Like, really, really good. Because the interesting thing about First and Only is that he's actually been with the Tanith First for 10 years by that point. So even though it's the first book in the story, and it does a lot of recapping and, like, establishing, it's the actual sort of current timeline of stuff that's happening when you're not listening to flashbacks. He's pretty well established with them at this point and knows them quite well. And you you get to see a lot of the developmental stuff for some of the later ideas that are quite key. Like the rivalry between Major Rawn and Gaunt, and how that all resolves and all that, you know, like they don't kind of plug that back into history. They actually build all of that during the storyline. They're just fucking masterpieces. The Gaunt's Ghost series are without a doubt the finest writing ever done within the Games Workshop universe, in my opinion. Yeah, the Inquisition stuff is a close second for me. A very, very close second. And actually, interestingly, I've now finished Eisenhorn, all of it, including the short stories. And I'm starting to move on to the Ravenous stuff now. And actually, I think I like the Ravenous stuff a bit more. Which surprised me because it's technically a spin-off of Eisenhorn. Ravenna is, for all intents and purposes, a spin-off of Eisenhorn. So I was pretty surprised to find myself liking it as much as I did. I was a little bit dubious at first because obviously in the second Eisenhorn book, Ravenna's in that, and that you actually that's actually the book that he gets injured in, and subsequently ends up in the wheelchair. Well, you can't really call it a wheelchair. It's very far from a wheelchair, but you know, you take my point. Gaunt's Ghosts is incredible, Felix. It's a ridiculously good series. But yeah, like, my favourite characters in Eisenhorn were Harlem Nail and what's her name? The red-haired lasso. Why am I drawing a blank on her name? I really, really like her character, but I'm just drawing a total blank on her name. Why am I drawing a blank on her name? That's really annoying. But yeah, it's two of Eisenhorn's retinue that end up with Ravenna, and they're actually my two favorite characters from Eisenhorn. But in the Eisenhorn story, it's like quite late during the third book where they join Ravenna's retinue, and so it was my assumption that they wouldn't be in the first couple of Ravenna books, and that they'd maybe come into it like no, not Bequin. Although Bequin is pretty cool. Yeah, I sort of felt like, oh, maybe they must sort of come into the Ravenna books a bit later on then, you know, maybe they'll be in like the third book if I'm lucky. I was really surprised to see them in it from the start, and the point that the Ravenna books actually pick up is kind of that blank space between the third and fourth Eisenhorn novels. That was really, really interesting to me. And presumably the Ravonna books end before they rejoin Eisenhorn. So yeah, it was all like the way it timelined out was pretty interesting to me. And so after listening to the first Ravonna book, I actually felt like I'd enjoyed the Ravonna books way more. I felt like I'd enjoyed that first Ravonna book way more than any of the Eisenhorn books. Although I will say, actually, I think possibly the best of the Eisenhorn books, in my opinion, is it's actually the Magos, the final one. The storyline's really interesting. Like what they decided to do with it, you know, Eisenhorn kind of getting a taste of ultimate power, and thanks to the loom and the potential for Eisenhorn to really go past the line. You know, the line gets discussed quite a bit in the Eisenhorn novels. You know, at what point do you go from being a radical to a heretic? It's funny because initially the line is kind of at what point do you go from being a Puritan to a radical. Yeah, the fourth one was written after. Yeah, it was a revisit. Yeah, it's interesting because, like, in the first couple of novels, the discussion is where is the line between Puritan and radical, and then in the third novel onwards, it starts to become what's the line between radical and heretic, because it's very clear that Eisenhorn is no longer a Puritan. I've honestly not been able to bring myself to read the first three Horus Heresy books because none of them are about characters in the Heresy that I find particularly interesting. Horus is one of the characters in the Heresy that I do not find interesting at all. It's actually all of the people surrounding Horus I find far more interesting, which is bizarre. Like, Slaves to Darkness was a really great book. I enjoyed that a lot. Where do you... Ah, there we go. That's where you sit on. Yeah, I found Slaves to Darkness really, really interesting. All of the Word Bearers stuff I think is fucking incredible. Really, really good. Even the Word Bearers versus Ultramarine stuff, which was only really written to sell the box game. But some of the Horus Heresy stuff, yeah, like Ren says, some of it I find a real slog. I expected to love Talon. I thought I was really, really going to like Talon. Like Imperial Guard versus Iron Warriors. Yeah, give me that. That's going to be fucking amazing. I really didn't enjoy it. Really, really didn't enjoy it. It was... Well, no. Actually, no, that's not fair. It's not to say that I didn't enjoy it. I just found it a bit dreary. I just found it a bit... The pacing wasn't great. Perturabo I fell asleep through a lot of, so I need to listen to it again. I definitely need to give that another go, though. I do actually think that that's probably a really great book, but I fell asleep through a lot of it, so... First Heretic is fucking killer. Really, really good. I haven't listened to Mechanicum or Nemesis yet, although Nemesis kind of interests me, because that's the assassin that was sent to kill Kurz, isn't it? Nemesis. Is that the book about the assassin that was sent to kill Kurz? The Night Lord stuff is good as well. Oh, the fucking Black Legion trilogy. Is it a no, it's not a trilogy, is it? There's only two of them. It's just Black Legion and Talon of Horus. They need to do a third one of those. Oh, to kill Horus. Yeah, they really need to do a third Black Legion book. That needs to happen. Because the first two, oh, they are something special. Like, you get such a unique insight into the Chaos Legions from those books. It's unlike anything. Like the infighting and the sort of internal struggles. It kind of explains, it sort of illustrates to you how the powers of chaos have not completely taken over. You know, like the main thing that's holding them back is nothing to do with their power. It's entirely to do with the fact that they just cannot remain united, and like how Abaddon just not only can't really live up to Horus's name and do the things that Horus did by uniting all the legions, but also like doesn't really want to. You sort of get this impression that Abaddon isn't really super up for it, and that like the people around him kind of want him to do it more than he actually wants to do it at some points. Like it kind of starts to sort of feel that way at some points. It's just very, very interesting. Like they shed light on a lot of the shortcomings of the Chaos Legions, a lot of the sort of flaws and weaknesses, which I personally find really interesting. I like it when characters that are normally portrayed as being really powerful are shown to be, you know, flawed and imperfect. Like I think that makes for compelling storytelling. I always thought that Abaddon was really lazy. Named by Norman as, oh, that Chaos General, he's Abaddon. Yeah. Yeah. I'm with you. But I definitely highly recommend the Black Legion books. They are special. It's weird with Black Library because they have some really good quality fiction that like anyone would find fantastic. You don't even have to be like a fan of the hobby or anything, you know, like it's just really good fiction. But then they also have some really sloppy stuff. They have some stuff that's kind of got these shitty inconsistencies in it that, you know, they can kind of hide behind this idea of, oh, well, you know, nothing's canon and everything's just from perspective, and, you know, things can be right based on their internal perception but wrong in the bigger picture and stuff like that. And all of that is clearly just a smokescreen for this writing was not proofread enough. You know? So there are definitely parts of Black Library that are a bit, yeah, not great, really not great. But then there are also, on the other hand, parts that are absolutely fucking stellar, like so good. And I definitely think it's worth having an like if you're really into the hobby, I think it's worth having an Audible subscription just for Black Library. Like there's enough good content to justify £6 a month. Yeah. Really hated the bit in Saturnine about how the Primarchs were scattered by an Eternal, or whatever they were called. Oh no, I like the whole in the dark and distant future there is no canon, only lore. Yeah, no, I like it, but I don't like it when it gets used as an excuse for sloppiness. And I think that sometimes books get put out just to promote plastic, and they can be kind of full of this sloppiness and lack of attentiveness to existing established lore, that it's very easy to kind of shrug it off and say, oh no, it's, you know, nothing's canon, everything's just lore. But consistency is important in storytelling. Hey Bucket Boy, how you doing? It's good to see you. Yeah, we're building Blood Bowl Ogres. We've built the 4 big boys, and we're we're nobbling away now and having a good chat, and then we're going to have a mass priming session once everything's built. I've got the next 6 Necromantic Horror, which are going into a video for next week. They all need priming. All these ogres need priming. These nobblers need priming. So I'm going to have a fucking huge priming session. Yeah, originally the Primarchs were scattered by the Chaos Powers. I think it was like Tzeentch saw into the future and saw how powerful a force for humanity the Primarchs could be, and the Chaos Gods united briefly to combine their power and scatter them to the winds. How many parts to the Nobblers? 2. Easiest thing in the world. Body and head. Well, 3 if you count the base. They are fiddly to get off the sprue, though. I will say that. Yeah, I actually think, interestingly enough, my favourite Black Library book, my absolute favourite individual Black Library book, is a standalone that I really think should be a series, which is Betrayer. It's this essentially Kharn's backstory, but it also deals with the fall of Angron at the same time. Like it shows Angron's descent into madness and subsequent possession, and it's really interesting stuff. But like, oh no, that's the one that's attached to a hand. I don't need him. But it's just such a well thought out story. It really highlights just how flawed some of these characters are, just how you know, what an uncertain time the heresy was, what a conflicted time the heresy was, where there were a lot of mixed feelings amongst the Space Marines in the Legions. Dwarf and human teams are clipped together, so even though they're more parts, they have to be easier to assemble. Yeah, I think the dwarf team, at least, I've not assembled the human team yet. I have it, the old one. I don't have the new one. I have the old one. It is really easy to put together, but it's an absolute bitch on cleanup. There's a lot of really tricky to reach mold lines on the dwarf team. There was on my sprues anyway. Mold lines are a bit of a crapshoot though, aren't they? It can be, you can buy 2 of the same box and one be like really mold liney and one be relatively clean. So I suppose that's not necessarily a level criticism. Mr. Genuine Vision, hello sir, how you doing? Long time no speaky. Are you well? Are you well, young man? Basically, in Saturnine turned out another undying human disagreed with the Emperor and was basically the mother of the Primal. What? Yeah, I'm not keen on that at all. That sounds really wishy-washy. Super, super wishy-washy. Are there any more heads on here? I don't think there are. We clip out tokens afterwards. I just want Noblar bits at the moment. Just give me all the Noblar bits. I feel for the Nobblers I'll probably do pretty quick paint jobs, to be honest, just because... Where the fuck... Oh, it's stuck in my clippers. Where did the head go? Just because they're so small. I don't think... I don't know. We'll see. We'll see, but I'm certainly gonna show off on the ogres though. I will. They're gonna get into a video, which is one of the reasons I'm prepping them now, is because I want to be able to sort of, when I've got time to make a video on them, I want to be able to just grab them and get at least one of them painted for the camera. Sleepy as, woke up at 4 a.m. for no reason whatsoever, then stream at 8, making some lunch now. Oh shit, dude. Yeah, similar actually, mate. My sleeping patterns have not been wonderful recently. It's been making the times that I get up very inconsistent, which makes the working day also inconsistent, which is not something that my ADHD brain copes very well with. But you know, other than that small complaint, things are actually pretty decent. Things are pretty reasonable, and you know, I'm getting on with it, and I'm having a good time doing it. So life is good. You've caught me on a very rare stream. I don't do these much. I'm not really much of a streamer these days. I prefer my pre-recorded content. But when I've got sort of long repetitive jobs like this, where I'm just building and priming a bunch of stuff, it's really nice to just chuck the camera on and have people to chat to while I do it. So that's kind of the point of today. No worries, Felix. Take it easy, mate. We does trundle on. Exactly. Just keep on going. How's things going for you? I know you made partner on Twitch last year. That was pretty cool. That's probably the last time I really had a decent catch up with you. It was around then. I must admit, I don't, as well as not streaming on Twitch anymore, I don't even really log into Twitch very much these days. On the very rare occasions that I do log into Twitch, it's usually to watch a bit of 40k gameplay or a Games Workshop reveal video. I don't really watch painting streams anymore, so that's why you've kind of not really, you won't have really seen me in your chat since I stopped streaming. So I apologise for that. It's, you know, I do feel bad for kind of seemingly just abandoning the friends that I made on Twitch. I do feel quite guilty about that. But it was basically just a case of like I fell out with the platform so much. It became so much of a bigger deal than it really was in my head that I really just needed to get away from it. And the net result of that was just that I kind of don't feel good whenever I go back to it now. I feel a bit, you know, like I just sort of jumped ship and fucked off on everyone, which was a shame because like I met a bunch of people I really liked on Twitch, but Twitch just wasn't good for my mental health. And you know, when something is damaging our mental health, we sometimes have a way of just sort of reacting with quite a strong snap back in the opposite direction. You know how that is, and that was kind of what happened with me in Twitch, was that it sort of hit a breaking point where I was just like, do you know what, fuck this, I need to get away. Doing grand overall, booked up with commissions till April, streams are going grand, working on a few big pieces. Nice. Yeah, Bucket Boy, it's just, you know, it's just one of those things that can happen. The truth of it was like, I was still altering full-time back then, and that was making me really miserable. Because I was altering full-time, I had to like split my streams between altering and mini painting, which was both not good for the growth of my stream, and also not really good for me because I was having to make content about something that I wasn't really enjoying. You know, I'm very happy to be away from altering. I do not want to go back to it, and I don't believe that I ever will go back to it. So, you know, there was a number of sort of compounding factors, and just also the fact that, like, I'm not the best at live content. I'm much better at pre-recorded content. Live content is a different skill set, and it's not a skill set that I'm particularly well endowed in. And when you add it all together, it was just sort of starting to do a bit of background damage that I wasn't really addressing, wasn't really doing anything about it, and just kind of let it boil over. You know, it's funny because in most of these situations you think that there's, you know, some sort of drama or something to cause the situation. You know, there's some sort of thing that happens, and it really just wasn't. It was really just I woke up one day and just realized I am not doing what is best for me here. You know, I am doing what I think other people want me to do, and if I actually ask other people what they really want me to do is probably just whatever makes me happy. Like, no one probably actually expects me to be turning up every day and doing this thing that I don't enjoy, and this is entirely a self-created pressure. And I just need to fucking sort it out and, you know, start doing things more for myself. And I reached that point of snapping. I made that decision. I started to make the changes, and like, I enjoy my job so much more now. So much more. I have so much more time to think and to like breathe mentally. Yeah, Bucket Boy, honestly, I'll be completely honest with you, and I know this might be a little hard to hear for you because I know you're a fan of Magic the Gathering, but I don't really like the Magic community by and large. And try and hear me out on that, because it's not me necessarily leveling a criticism at them, it's more about me. Magic, due to the nature of the type of game it is, creates a general culture of this kind of passive elitism. It's not elitism in the traditional sense that we think about it, of, you know, you're not, it's not like people actively telling people they're not valid unless they're good. It's more like this kind of implied or passive, as I said originally, elitism, where people only come to significant notoriety and establish a place in the pecking order based on the perceived value of what they're doing. And with Magic, a lot of that is tied to how good you are at playing the game. Not always. There's definitely been a few people that have managed to break that mold where they're not particularly amazing players, but they can garner a sense of respect and inclusion in the community just due to being well liked. And in my real life, that was kind of often the way for me. I was always very friendly with everyone at FNM, got on with them really well, because, you know, I have pretty good social skills, and I like just standing around and chatting with people and having a nice time. And due to the social aspect of the game, I always had a lot of friends who played Magic and made a lot of friends at events and stuff like that. And that was something I really loved about Magic. But when I started to make content, obviously I was making artistic content, and art isn't really something that you judge based on the same kind of metrics that you judge you don't really judge the quality of art in the same way that you judge the quality of someone's ability to play a card game. Sorry, I'll be right back. I will continue this conversation in just a minute. My doorbell's just gone. Right. Apologies. My other half was on a call, so she couldn't get the door. Which camera am I on? I'm on this camera. So, where am I going with this? What's the point I'm really trying to make here? Popularity and validation are often quite closely linked. And in the altering community specifically, the things that earned you respect in that community were largely linked to pretty much either how willing you were to paint memes, or how super precise your work was. And I think a lot of that comes from ultras like Eric Klug being so popular for such a long time, that people kind of start to consider that to be a standard. And there's very little room created for people to create art, you know, purely on an expressive basis. To make art purely because that's the way they like to make art. It's very conformitist. You're sort of expected for your art to exist within a certain framework in order for it to be valid. And where this comes from is that there's a lot of big personalities in the Magic community who are either, you know, of the sort of meme lord variety, or are these incredibly precise, amazing players. All the heroes in that world sort of seem to fall into one of these two categories for the most part. Again, you know, there will always be the odd exception here and there. But what led to this big sort of fallout and distaste for was this realization that I would never really be considered valid or included unless I was doing what other people wanted me to do. There was no space for me to be myself within that community and be treated with any kind of validity for what I was trying to do. And that, you know, that hurt. It didn't feel good to realize that. And it had kind of been something that changed slowly over time. You know, it had been something that when the altering community first started to be a thing, there were so many wacky and wild people doing so many different things. Everybody had their own style and approach, and, you know, people had different technical approaches and different sources of inspiration, different finished styles. And Altering was like a really interesting, fun place to do your thing. And it was crazy bizarre to slowly over time see everything become homogenized. To see, like, only anime memes and hyper precision be accepted by the community, and everything else to just be ignored. And what eventually ended up happening was, it was just like it made me feel like this thing that I dedicated so much time and energy and effort to had left me behind. And that's a really hard thing to accept from something that is so central to your identity. And that was the thing, is that my identity was built around that role that I played in the Magic community, which is my fault. And that's why I say, you know, it's really about me. It's not really about the Magic community. But ultimately, the conclusion that it led me to was that I didn't fit, and trying to make myself fit was not something that either appealed to me or that I felt I should be doing. I feel like that's very disingenuous, you know, trying to make yourself fit in a place where you don't belong. And it's the same reason why the aspects of the Warhammer community that are, you know, quite right-wing and shitty, I don't make an effort to appeal to them. And if I upset them, I don't let that sweat me, because I'm not going to try and fit in with people who don't want someone like me anyway. You know, that doesn't help anyone. But a similar thing kind of happened with my relationship with the Magic community, where because of my interactions through the altering community, I just felt like I wasn't really wanted there, and you know, like now I'm okay with that, but at the time it was a real blow, and it really put me off of my art. My art suffered big time for it. And thank God that like I had miniature painting, which is a hobby that I'd been into for longer anyway. Was a form of expression that I had, you know, always enjoyed previously, and I could, you know, I was already starting to get back into miniature painting a couple of years before I started to get out of Magic. I started to get back into miniature painting, so there was a very neat transition there for me to be able to continue being creative, being artistic, doing what I love, which is talking about creativity. Ultimately, at the very root of what I love to do is converse and share ideas and thoughts and feelings on creative topics. That is, you know, ultimately what I want to bring to the world, what I want to put out into the world around me. But the twilight of my time in the Magic community was just very unhealthy for me. You know, from a mental health perspective, it was just very unhealthy for me. And it was my own fault because I was trying to make myself fit somewhere that wasn't interested in people like me. So when I say I don't like the Magic community, it's not me in any way trying to scathe Magic players or members of the Magic community. It's me realizing that I tried too hard to fit in there when I didn't really fit in, and ultimately paid a price for that in my own mental health. And it's just kind of me acknowledging that. Exactly, Bucket Boy. Yeah, that's exactly why I incorporate teaching into and tutorializing and stuff like that, because one of the real kind of undiscussed secrets about teaching and about sharing knowledge and sharing information is that quite often it's not about necessarily being right. It's about unlocking the potential of the student, and discussion can go a really long way towards helping people find their own road. Which is why a lot of my teaching isn't about do what I do. It's about this is what I'm thinking when I'm doing this, and this is why I decided to take this road to this outcome, and that kind of thing. Because ultimately, yeah, that is my passion. My passion is in sharing thoughts and experiences and ideas around creative topics. And painting miniatures just happens to be something that I'm very passionate about and I really enjoy. It's mostly the same reasons why I left Magic as well. Love the game, but not the player base. Far too many people were assholes about needing to be. Had the same issue with gaming a lot. Yeah, no, I mean, there was definitely a lot of that as well. There is just definitely, you know, a toxic element in that community, but I think there's toxic elements in all communities, you know. I mean, Warhammer certainly has quite a loud toxic minority that likes to cause trouble, and heaven forbid you speak out against them, because they are a loud and toxic minority, and therefore they will gather together and use their loud voices to shout at you and tell you that you're a bad person for disagreeing with them. But you know, there are times when you can take that, right? There are times when that kind of behaviour is too much, and there are times when you can just kind of be like, shut up, you fool, and let it be water off a duck's back. And I tend to find with Warhammer that I have so much passion for what's great about the hobby. The chatty little idiots that think they're triple R bastards don't tend to sweat me too much, because at the end of the day I care far more about enjoying my hobby and having a good time than what those people think of me. So, you know, and I think that's a much purer thing. Whereas my mistake in Magic was that I was looking for validation from people who were never going to give it to me because I wasn't good at playing the game. Nah, Bucket Boy, I'm a horrible person. As a youth coach in American football, I can sign up on teaching is not about being right or winning games, it is about watching your student grow and reaching their potential. Thank you, Jonas, thank you. I really appreciate your input on that. It's a very central belief to how I teach. I focus a lot more on why I'm doing things and what I believe are the sort of pros and cons of doing those things than I do on there being only one way to skin a cat. I don't really believe that anything expressive can be linear. Like I don't feel that those two things can coexist. How can something be expressive and linear? One of the central things that makes something expressive is delineation from the norm, right? Isn't it? I mean, I don't know. That could be me. It could be me thinking a little too abstractly, but in my head, I would imagine that in order for something to be expressive, it has to delineate. I don't know. But it's, you know, it's a pretty important belief to me that teaching is very much about the individual and about helping them achieve what they want to achieve. Which is why often a lot of my tutorials don't even have a walkthrough aspect to them. You know, they often do as well, just because that's something that people want. People want walkthrough tutorials, but there will be times where I'll just sort of look at a project and be like, that's not the way to deliver this. That's not the way to pass this information on. Sure, yeah, it jumps tracks at least. But I don't know. It's interesting because I really like going back to the Magic the Gathering thing. I really like playing games of Magic the Gathering, and I have a specific group of friends who I really miss our regular Sundays. There's a group of us, 5 or 6 of us, that used to get together every single Sunday and just play Commander together. And we were all on the same page. You know, there was no arms race. The power level was sort of very understood. We all knew what we wanted from the games. And we just had a really good time together. And it wasn't really about the games. It was about the social interaction between us as individuals. And that's something that, like, I loved and I miss and I think was really wonderful. But again, you know, the realization is there that wasn't really about Magic. That was about spending time with my friends and doing something I love with people that I love. And Magic doesn't have to be the only way you do that. Magic doesn't have to be, you know, the one thing in your life that lets you do that. And so, you know, when I was sort of starting to realize that maybe I needed to step away from Magic and that maybe Magic was not right for me, one of those realizations was, you know, I asked myself that question, like, if I remove Magic from this equation, what's left that I actually get something from? You know, what does Magic actually bring that enriches my life? And the honest answer was, the only thing it was really giving me was an excuse to spend time with my friends. And I don't need Magic as an excuse to spend time with my friends, right? Like, you don't need a game to make you spend time with people that you already like anyway. And it was kind of, you know, realizing that was what made me realize that my time with Magic had come to an end, and that it wasn't good for me anymore. Because it was something I was forcing into my life. I was shoehorning it into my life. Absolutely, yeah. No, I agree, Bucket Boy. It's Blood Bowl is one of those games what is designed from the ground up to not be taken seriously. You know, it's designed to be slapstick. Comedy is at the center of its design principle, and It's for people that just want to fuck around together as friends, you know, maybe have a few beer skis or whatever, enjoy some social time together. Like you'll notice that when I played on stream with Vince, when I played Warhammer on stream with Vince, I was far more interested in nattering to Vince than I was concentrating on the game, which is why I totally fucked the game up and ended up losing. Because I was just way more interested in socializing with people I like, you know. That is the enrichment that these things bring to my life, and I didn't need Magic for that, but I was sort of trying so hard to make Magic into that. Got out of GW Games due to community and tournaments, but Blood Bowl is in the heart. Yeah, the tournament community, I've heard some horror stories about. Fortunately, I'm not competitive in the slightest. I play purely for the fun of it, so it's not something I'd ever personally have to deal with. But I've definitely heard the horror stories. I know it's said to be quite unpleasant. Which city are you even in? I don't even know whereabouts in Oz you are. I'd certainly... Oh shit, I've lost a Nobbler. I've dropped my Nobbler! I'd very much like to visit Oz one day. Although I'm shit at the heat, so I'd have to come in the Australian winter, which is still like our fucking summer. I'm really not good at heat. Like, I run hot anyway, and I'm a fat man. You put those two things together, it does not lead to a good time in Australia. We even had a beer bowl league. Not allowed to start the game before your first sip. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I find myself far more driven by the social aspects, which kind of leads me on to one of the other things that I didn't like about Magic. not that I want this stream to be me slagging off Magic by any means, but I think, you know, it's an interesting story to tell. But there was a realization at one point. This was far before I ever even thought about getting out of Magic, but there was a realization at one point that the vast majority of friends I made through Magic were just Magic friends. Remove that game from the equation and they weren't interested in socializing with me. And that's another big tell. That's another big tell. You know, because I had a table and a collection and a group of people that were playing games every week, there was people who would want to latch onto that and be a part of it. Not because they wanted to spend time with me or be my friend, but because they wanted guaranteed regular games. Thanks, mate. That's very kind of you. If I ever find myself in Melbourne, I'll definitely look you up. I think you'd be a really good guy to have a coffee with. I don't really drink, so a beer might not be... I mean, well, a beer would be fine. Like, I definitely do allow myself to have a beer if I fancy one. I'm just not much of a drinker. But yeah, that was definitely sort of the secondary, but equally harsh realization was that the vast majority of the friends I'd made through Magic were just my friends because of Magic. They weren't really my friends. And when I stopped playing Magic, lo and behold, there was no effort to maintain contact. And that kind of tells you everything you need to know, right? I think like the most popular I've ever been in my life was when I was like commentating for Magic Madhouse and staying on top of the tournament scene, and you know, when I was like someone worth knowing in the community. It's just very false, you know. I don't like that. When you know, when you're just useful to someone for being able to get games in, or you're just useful to someone for you know, what contacts you might have, shit like that, like, that doesn't feel good. Yeah, I used to drink really regularly, dude, which is the exact reason why I don't drink very regularly now. But yeah, the occasional beer can be really nice. I had a couple of drinks at Christmas. I actually got drunk at Christmas, which was weird. It was a complete accident. Because I never drink anymore, I'm a total lightweight. And we had a few Manhattans, and I completely forgot just how strong a Manhattan is. So we ended up being quite tipsy, even though we only had a handful of drinks. Just because we don't drink, really. So, but yeah, that was kind of sad. And that realization, it came long before I was ready to walk away from Magic. And so I think perhaps it was a catalyst, perhaps that was what sort of started me analysing my place in that world a bit more. And I think, once you start analysing where you fit into a bigger picture, you're always hopeful that it's going to be good news, that it's going to be a positive conclusion. But if it isn't, it's still a worthwhile exercise insofar as it allowed me to start to change the direction of my life and move towards more positive and fulfilling things. It's kind of cool that from a negative experience, which was entirely my own fault, and I fully accept responsibility for it. I want to be super clear about that. It was my fault for trying to fit in a community that I didn't fit in. It was not the fault of the Magic community for being what they are and what they always have been. That's not them doing anything wrong. It's me trying to be something I'm not. And through understanding that and overcoming it and growing past it, I've ended up doing something for a living that I absolutely adore, and I look forward to work. So sometimes I genuinely, and I'm not even fucking remotely shitting you, sometimes I will lay in bed at night and the last thing I think to myself before I fall asleep is, I can't wait to start work tomorrow. That's going to be a really fun day. How many people get to say that? How many people get to say that they genuinely were excited, that they ended their night looking forward to starting work the next day? I think that's pretty rare. I don't think that happens very often these days. Right, and I think most people do. And so, I really do consider myself very fucking lucky. And I'm grateful, if anything, that the Magic community didn't pander to me and, adjust to help me fit. I'm glad I didn't belong there, because by discovering that I didn't belong there, I subsequently discovered what I should have been doing with my life. Miniature painting had always been something I had a hugely fierce passion for, and actually the main reason that I stopped miniature painting in the first place was because my Magic the Gathering commitments combined with my job at the time didn't leave me enough time to do it. And the longest break I ever took in my life from miniature painting was during the time that I was taking Magic the most seriously. So I'm hugely grateful for that realization. And that's an incredibly powerful discovery for someone. That's an amazing moment of self-development, of self-betterment, being able to walk away from something because you understand that the reason it's not fulfilling you is because of you, not it. That is, it's pretty fucking great, I'm not gonna lie. And it took me a long time to kind of figure that out and to compute it all and process it all and, and to understand it. It took me a good chunk of time to get my head around you know, where and how I'd gone wrong, and why it wasn't working for me, why I didn't feel like I fit, that kind of thing. But what I have on the other side of it is so valuable and so good in the purest sense of the word that, like, how can I ever consider it a negative? One of the top bosses tagged me on a LinkedIn post for going above and beyond today, and my reaction was suspicion. Oh god, please don't promote me. The last thing I need is more of this. Yeah, I can certainly understand that sensation, Ren, of like being suspicious when things go well at work. I know your job's been a bit of a nightmare for a while now, anyway. Pay me for the level of work I do. Yeah. yeah, exactly. That's the thing, isn't it? We live in a society now where your performance at your job is often very closely tied into your value, and not everyone works a job because they want their sense of self-worth to be linked to that, you know? Been looking at tips and tricks on basing for Blood Bowl miniatures to get the gridiron feel, something you have in your sleeve. So I have a little thing that I do with Blood Bowl bases, Jonas. There is a thing that I do, and it's actually, it's really simple and obvious, but I think it's very effective. Give me just one moment. So these aren't 100% finished yet. What I'll actually do is I'll finish one on camera now to show you what I do. But essentially, all I've done here is painted this base brown, double flocked it, and put a tuft on it. And then all I do is pull the camera angle in. All I'll do is take like a really good opaque white. In this case, I use Reaper Master Series Dragon White because it's just really opaque. And I'll just freehand on some pitch lines, and the cool thing is that when you paint over a double flocking like this, it sort of catches the grass naturally in a way that one of those kind of line painting machines would do anyway. Like, you get the kind of distortions in the line that would occur from a line painter machine, which allows you to create that sort of really authentic football pitch kind of vibe without any special materials or special techniques or tricks or secrets. It's literally just paint fucking lines on grass. You know? And I personally think that once it's got a tuft on there, once it's got a tuft and like a bunch of flock and a little thingamajig here, like I think this is, you know, it's everything you need from a Blood Bowl base. I think that's kind of everything that you want. just covered. Far too many workplaces does not like the "I work, I get paid the end" attitude. Yeah, exactly. It was one of my big problems when I was cooking professionally, was that like no one in that industry accepts that some people just want to do it as a job. The expectation is that you're always climbing, and there was a period where I certainly was willing to give that a go and see what it was like, but the problem was, as soon as I got to that sort of higher echelon in that industry, I wasn't allowed to cook anymore, and the cooking was the whole thing that got me into it in the first place. I use 2 or 3 coats of Skull White to do mine on my humans. Yeah, I think it works really well. I think it works really, really well. Just, yeah, keep it simple. I think, you know, there are other pitches you can do. Like for these ogres, I might do some kind of cracked earth pitch or some kind of stone pitch or something. I don't know exactly yet, because I don't necessarily predict or envisage these guys playing Blood Bowl on, you know, perfect grass, for example. And like for these necromantics, I applied. So I haven't finished the basing on these yet, because I do all the basing at the end when the entire team is done. But for these guys, I applied a layer all over the base, or a couple of layers all over the base of Agrellan Earth, the Crackle one, and what my plan is I'm going to leave the Agrellan. I'm not going to. So what I did was I painted the base first in electric blue from Vallejo. And then once that was completely dry, I put the Agrellan Earth on the top, so you can see a little bit of blue coming from in between the cracks. And then what I'm going to do is just dry brush with like a creamy sort of ivory color, maybe with just a tiny blue tint to it. And they'll be playing on a sort of cracked magical earth kind of pitch. So I definitely think you can vary stuff with Blood Bowl. I definitely don't think there's anything wrong with getting creative with how you base Blood Bowl miniatures, but I really think you should keep it simple. Like, it needs to look like a consistent playing field, so don't do anything that's kind of too adventurous, too, like, you know, for example, this base on this Drukhari, which isn't finished yet, this like submerged riverbed with like the resin and shit, don't do that on a Blood Bowl team. It's just going to be a fucking nightmare, you know. Keeping that consistent across them. For a one-off miniature, fine, but I'm somewhat fortunate, I think. Managers have pretty much got the idea that once you give me the work, leave me to get on with it, and I will do it well. Yeah, I mean, at least it means people aren't over your shoulder all the time, right? My job currently doesn't have opportunity for climbing, it's just a job. But I think sometimes that's a relief, right? I don't know how you view it, but for me, sometimes I just think that's a relief. Sometimes, like, I am an ambitious person, but I only started to really discover my ambition when I realised that I could work for me, not for a company. I've never really had much ambition for the idea of making someone else rich while I fucking struggle by on, you know, probably less than I deserve. Yeah, like a lava bases I found a bit confusing for a pitch. Because, you know, whilst they might be magical beings that could survive on that pitch, you know, the humans or the elves or whatever, would they be able to? Like, it feels like a bit of a storytelling inconsistency. Yeah, I think being self-employed was the thing that really sort of made me discover my ambition. I've just never been great at that idea of toiling entirely for someone else's benefit. I've just never found that very attractive. Which is interesting, actually, because, you know, one of my biggest motivations for why I work so hard with content creation and my creative endeavours and stuff like that, one of the main reasons I push so hard on all that stuff is because I want to do better for my family. So it's interesting that, you know, there's, I guess, a degree of cognitive dissonance there. Got a scoot. I'm a new subscriber today and saw the Necromantic Part 1 did. Really inspiring. No worries. Thank you. I did reply to your comment as well, Jonas. Thank you so much for visiting. And yeah, there'll be more Necromantic Horrors hopefully next week. My goal is to get a Custodes video and another Necromantic Horrors video done this week, but I need to get them both filmed between tomorrow, Friday and Saturday. So it's going to be a bit of a push to get them both done. But I'll try my best. And if not, then it will be probably like Necromantic Horrors and something simpler. But we'll see. I fell behind on content a couple of weeks ago, so I'm now at the point where I'm filming for the week following again, whereas I was filming like about 2 weeks in advance at one point, and that was much more comfortable. I prefer to be filming a couple of weeks in advance. I need to get back to that at some point, but we'll see. I was basing my Skaven on Dungeon Bowl type bases with flagstones. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I don't hate the idea of like the concept of an indoor stadium. But I think, you know, something like a Blood Bowl team, a Necromunda gang, stuff like that. I do think it's important for there to be some storytelling in the basing. I think that's like an important and integral part of those kind of miniatures. You know, you're only painting, you know, sub 20. When we're talking about, you can include Kill Team as well. You're painting sub 20 miniatures. You're probably never going to need to paint anything extra for them again. You know, why not give them that little bit of effort in those areas? Oh, I realised I do actually have the Necromantics right near me, by the way. So you can see this is the basin so far. I'll finish it all off together, but it needs a bit of a dry brush. But it's got this like blue showing through the cracks in the Agrellan Badland. It's pretty sweet. Astro Granite is canon, yeah. Well, not canon. There is no canon in Games Workshop, only lore. We had that conversation earlier. But yeah, no, you're right. Astro Granite is lore appropriate. That is one of the things they play on either grass or Astro Granite, according to in-game lore. But yeah, I think, you know, a bit of storytelling never hurt. I think it's always it's an opportunity missed. A mate of mine is going for a Nurgle team, but in the 41st millennium, with the idea that Blood Bowl didn't change for 40,000 years. I mean, would it change much? Like, if they were still playing it in 40k, it probably would be fairly similar. I would think so. I would imagine it would be fairly similar. Right. Why mess with perfection? It's just such a great game. The biggest appeal for me with Blood Bowl, though, is genuinely, I believe it's where GW does their best sculpting. I believe it is the one game where they do their best sculpting, closely followed by Necromunda. And I think some of that just comes from the fact that 40k has such a deep history of like aesthetic design that it's hard to sway from that in some places. You know, minor changes like, you know, the difference between Primaris, Space Marine and Firstborn, even minor changes get met with quite a bit of resistance. So like a lot of stuff is kind of just locked into looking how it looks because the fan base is very resistant to change. And that's never been the case with Blood Bowl. People are just happy to see wacky, crazy, quirky silliness because that's the essence of what the game is about. It's just wacky, crazy, quirky silliness. That's what people want from Blood Bowl. And they don't much mind what form that takes. You know, like aesthetically, there is a sense of uniformity to the sculpting. There is a sense of, you know, everything looks like it belongs together. Like this ogre team and this undead team don't look like they belong to different games. They look like they belong to the same game. But at the same time, they have a unique charm. They each have something about them that's, you know, like what's cool about these folks is that the zombies range from like traditional zombies that you would expect zombies to be to fucking scarecrows. You know, that's a bit of outside of the box thinking, and that's really cool. Whereas the interesting quirk of these guys is like, you know, he's holding a Noblar, and you know, this one's got a fucking bear trap as a weapon and stuff like that. It's cool. It's just cool, alright? Blood Bowl's just fucking cool. It's just a very cool game. Right, that's Noblars on bases. Now we need to fuck with heads. What we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's 13 heads and 12 Noblars. The head I like least is this one, so that's the one we'll discard. There's 13 heads because there's 2 of these Noblars being held, so there's an extra 2 heads for these. That's why there's actually 14 heads in the box, but that's why there's 14. It's because 2 of them are for the Noblars being held. Modern third-party miniatures fit in just as well as GW does with itself. What do you mean for Blood Bowl specifically? I think, yeah, that's it's because the visual cues just aren't as distinct and narrow. I think there's a lot more you can do in that design space. It's a lot more free, and I think that shows. You know, when artists have opportunities to be more creative, they will produce more creative things, right? You know, when you the less you constrain them, the more they will surprise you. I think Blood Bowl kind of epitomizes that. You know, the sculptors, when they're working on stuff that sort of has a very established right or wrong way to look, probably don't produce as good a work as when they get to work on stuff where they can just do what the hell they like. Look how characterful these guys are. This guy with his little broken bottle, pointing. Just amazing. Just amazing. It's everything that you want in a comedy miniatures game. Should probably zoom the camera out a touch more again so that I'm not constantly out of shot. So many different angles and levels of zoom needed depending on what I'm doing, and quite often forget. It's another reason I don't stream. You don't forget when you're pre-recording. Can't really forget when you're pre-recording. Yeah, I love that about Blood Bowl, how design inclusive it is. Like, you know, you can do spooky, you can do horror, you can do comedy, you can do, you know, your sort of very traditional fantasy kind of tropes. Like, you know, the Humans, for example, there's not a ton of comedy going on in the Humans teams, either the old one or the new one that comes with the box. I wouldn't particularly call either of them comedy, but they still fit in Blood Bowl, which has a lot of comedy present. I think that's pretty cool. Y'all posting cool stuff into Discord. Felix is working on a Chaplain at the moment. What else we got? Pingu showed me something they've been working on recently. That's really cool, but I can't show it. I'll tell you what, cleaning these Noblar heads might actually be the worst part of this whole deal. The ears are sharp and the nose is sharp, so no matter which angle you hold them from, they're sharp. But you need to hold them really tight because they're tiny, and if they ping off, then obviously finding them is going to be a nightmare. It's really not the ideal combination. Sharp from all angles, but also you need to hold them tight. Definitely helps to have a really sharp, fresh X-Acto blade, which fortunately I have today. Changed this blade yesterday, so it's real sharp. That's falling over, boy. They're just fucking adorable. Oh man. What a gift. Yeah, these are taking the place of Torrentus. Torrentus was my warm-up piece for the last month that I was working on between other things. We're actually giving away that Torrentus next month. Me and Lazy Dragon doing a promo together. It's just going to be one of those things where like you need to be following all of my socials and following all of their socials, and for every platform you follow us both on, you'll get more entries. It'll be a really straightforward thing. No one's going to have to actually do anything that requires effort. But the prize is kind of cool because you can either win the Torrentus that I painted, which I'll grab in a second to show you folks. You can either have the one that I painted, which was in this box, or you can have a brand new one, which is still sealed. You can see that is still a sealed Torrentus. So it's kind of a cool giveaway in that sense of it's a little bit different because you can either win the painted miniature. Yeah, it'll be Gleam entries, yeah. It'll be really, really straightforward. So you just sign into Gleam using Google Plus or Facebook, and then for every different platform that you follow us on, you'll get an extra entry. So basically, as long as you're following Lazy Dragon on all their social media and me on all my social media, you'll get maximum entries, which is a fucking piece of piss for a giveaway with a prize value over 120 quid. You know? I've put a few cell phone pics up of this, but I haven't actually put any like really good quality footage up yet because that's saved for the video. But this was my warm-up piece for about the last month, so just doing sort of half an hour to an hour a day on it between other jobs just to kind of get my hand in. So obviously, you know, there is an element of roughness to this because obviously this was the first thing I was painting each day, so you know, my hands were still sort of settling. I'll talk more about that when I produce the video on it. But the idea is to kind of show that you can achieve high quality without, you know, deeply committing yourself to something. I mean, this is undeniably a high quality piece of work. I'm proud of it, and I think it looks great, and I think, you know, it's going to make someone really happy, which is why I'm giving it away. I think someone's going to like owning this. Someone's going to be happy to own it. Hey, Brandaddy, how you doing? But at the same time, like, it wasn't really hard to paint because I meted the workout to myself in a way that, you know, didn't make it stressful to work on, didn't make it difficult to work on. I meted the workout to myself in a way that meant that I could just do as much as I wanted to do each time I was painting it. And then when I started to, you know, get tired of painting it, I could just put it down and work on the thing that I was actually working on that day. So we're going to sort of talk about that a little bit in the video, about, you know, the idea of a warm-up piece and how a warm-up piece doesn't need to be a throwaway piece, how it can actually be, how the warm-up piece can actually be you know, intended to be beautiful, to be something that you want to look really nice and to be special, but that doesn't mean that you have to absolutely fry your brain, get into that end result. You know, this undeniably looks special. You know, I've put a lot of technique into it. We've got NMM copper, we've got NMM gold, we've got NMM silver, we've got, you know, weathering on the black, we've got blending on the cape. Like, there's all sorts of things that are considered advanced and high quality. But, you know, when that was the entirety that I did on the first day, like the first day of painting it, that was everything that I did. I sprayed it black, and then I painted that cape. That wasn't a hard day's work. There was no stress there, you know. By the time I was ready to stop working on it for the day, that was done. And if anything, I found myself sort of wanting to work more on it at first. I actually, you know, wanted to do more on it than I actually had allotted into that day's work. But that's going to be an interesting thing to talk about, I think. And the net result is going to be that somebody will have the choice of either this or a new inbox version to own for their own self, to be all theirs. And when that video comes out, that's going to have details on how to enter that. It's going to go live at the start of February, so a little bit longer till that video comes out, but when it does, the details will all be there. And it's, like I say, really easy for you to enter. You'll just, you know, there'll just be a Gleam, you know, a standard normal Gleam giveaway, and you'll just sign into Gleam and follow us on a bunch of places. So, you know, sub on YouTube. Lazy Dragon tend to mostly exist around Facebook at the moment, although I'm trying to encourage them to become more active on Twitter, but they're mostly Facebookers. But they also have a YouTube, so it'll be like, sub my YouTube, sub their YouTube, follow me on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and follow them on Twitter and Facebook, I imagine. Did you outline the white line on the cloak? No, it's outlined. That's actually outlined, yeah. I painted the white line first and then painted the black lines around it. Yeah. Weirdly, I actually find that easier. That to me is easier than painting a black line and then having to paint a perfect white line. Because you can paint the white line, and even if it's a little bit shaky, you can tidy it up with the black line. So, yeah, the black lines are individually painted, yeah. As is this little skull and halo insignia here. That's not a transfer, that's also painted. You can see it painted when you get close to it. It's good fun. I enjoy doing stuff like that from time to time. It's not the kind of thing I like to paint every day. But it's the kind of thing I really like to paint occasionally, you know. The thing with stuff like that is, you know, because I was kind of doing it as a warm-up piece, that funny enough, Brandon Brown, who was in the chat earlier, the concept of painting a warm-up piece is actually something he taught me. The idea of kind of giving yourself something else to kind of get the juices flowing that you work on before you start other jobs. It's something that Brandon's done for years, and he kind of got me into the idea of doing it. But it works really, really well as for especially for stuff that you actually think is quite hard or that might be a bit beyond you, because the constant sort of starting and stopping makes you not feel quite so bad about if you want to like start something again or significantly rework it. Like, you don't feel like you're undoing days of work. It's just kind of undoing one 30-minute session's worth of work, and then you move back on to the next thing. So in terms of like how it affects your attitude towards the piece, it's actually really helpful. It's really useful, and it's something I recommend people try, just having a warm-up piece. Something like a character model, I think, is ideal for it, actually, because there's enough detail there that you can kind of break it down into lots of little sections, little short, manageable sections, but what you get out of the end of it is like a really nice looking, beautiful thing. What am I doing? My brain's starting to go. I've been live for like 4 hours nearly. Weird. I say it every time lately, but as much as I don't like regular streaming, I fucking love occasional streaming. When you don't get to, you know, speak to certain people super often, you know, like the folk that are in my Discord, for example, like obviously I get to speak to those guys like every day. There's a lot of, you know, we do a lot of hangout and hobby and stuff like that. And, like last night I played Witcher roleplay game with a bunch of them, you know. But there are also folks who follow the channel that like aren't in the Discord, for example, and being able to get opportunities to just kind of catch up with them, see what they've been up to, see how they are. It's just like, it's really nice. And occasional streaming is the perfect medium for that. I think regular streaming, you sort of, you know, I don't know, that it creates certain pressures that I am not necessarily open to having in my life at the moment. Whereas occasional streaming can just be super cash like this, you know, like I'm not streaming with the intention of getting anything out of it. I'm streaming just purely to have some folk to have a natter to while I do something that would otherwise be quite boring. And that's, you know, I really like painting characters precisely because I can spend hours on one model without having to feel like there's still mountains to do. Exactly. So imagine now meeting that out into little 30-minute chunks and just nibbling away a little bit each day, and how much fun it is just watching that miniature grow in little 30-minute steps. Very, very good fun. Something I really highly recommend that people have a try at. Look at this angry little bastard. Look at him go. He looks furious. What a guy. Oh, my stomach is rumbling. Something I always do when I stream. I always forget to eat anything. Really, really bad. It's like the worst thing you can do before streaming. But oh, nice. They asked if you if they could share on Hangout and Hobby. That's really sweet. Super cool. I managed to get one share on that, and I was really, really proud as well. There's so many people that apply for it that if your thing stands out to them enough that they want to share it, then that's really sweet. You know, it feels good. Yeah, hashtagging is applying, yeah. That's fucking sweet though, man. Terry Tough Guy, yeah, he's definitely a brute. He's the one. I might make him the leader. Give him the leader trait. I don't know, man. I think you'll probably have yours done sooner than I'll have mine done. I'm so bad at batch painting. Like, you're actually not that bad at batch painting. I've seen you get through a few things. Like, I think you're okay at batching stuff out. I hate it. It's just so not my style. These Nobblers will be fine to batch paint just because they're so simple. Like, these will be one of those things where I'll just basically like spray the whole model in a pale green with the airbrush, and then use a kind of brown green. I might even just get some Athonian camo shade. Use a kind of brown green just to like temper the flesh down. Maybe do like a dusty dry brush over it, maybe. And then just paint everyone's fabric the same color. And then put a few details on each one with some browns and shit like that. They'll be really, really straightforward. They're so tiny, and there's so little going on in the sculpts, despite how quirky and hilarious they are, that like there's no point in individually painting them. I'll just do them as a batch. But the ogres I'm actually going to paint individually. I'm going to treat each one as an individual. I'll probably just do kind of a very high tabletop. I probably won't quite go all the way into full fat display. But we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. I mean, I certainly want to do a video on at least an ogre. So, with that in mind, I don't think it would do any harm to... right, tokens. This wants a 25mm base. This doesn't need anything. Balls. I love how the balls are stone reinforced with metal. Hey. Why? Why this? Why would teams even be allowed their own balls? I don't understand that. I'm gonna have to clip all of the unused stuff off these sprues at some point as well, because there's some fucking conversion fodder gold on some of these sprues. That's the other thingy token. That's going to want a 25mm base. Ball. Where's the other peg ball? Also got to decide, because you only actually need the peg balls, don't you? You don't need the loose balls. You can like actually put them on the miniatures and stuff if you want, right? I keep thinking that that's an extra Nobbler. It's the one that's being held. I really need to get over that. Because I mean, the only thing I was thinking is it might be quite cool to like put a ball in this guy's hand. Although it kind of doesn't really look like he's holding it. Kind of does, kind of doesn't. Like, depends on the angle. I don't know. But these need to go on 25mm bases. Yeah, exactly. The Nobblers are super, super simple. Really straightforward. No need for any frills. One. 2. That's those. Move those out of the way. Next job. Gonna head off to bed. Yeah, no worries, man. It's super late for you. Take it easy. Thank you for hanging out today. It was really nice. And I will undoubtedly catch you in PK's Discord, I'm sure. So this is the Superfine titanium milliput. This is the one that's got titanium powder in it. 2 reasons that I really like this. One is it's very soft, which means for stuff like what I'm about to use it for, it's really good. 2, it dries real fucking hard. So we're going to use this guy just to fill in the slaughter bases. The one thing I really don't like about this is that it leaves white residue on everything it touches. It's the big downside to it. But hey, you can't have it all. You actually cannot have it all. You can have almost all of it, but never quite it all. So just get this bad boy mixed. So we're going to want a color shaper, which is what I find to be the best tool for shaping this. Because this is the softer milliput, I find a color shaper works really well. On the harder milliputs, you probably want like a plastic tool, not a rubber one. I've also definitely mixed too much milliput, which is par for the course with me. Okay. Let's go, boys. So this is really straightforward. If you've not seen this before, I mean, I assume most people have probably seen this done before, but for some reason, Blood Bowl continues to be supplied with slaughter bases, despite the fact that the miniatures themselves are not actually slaughtered. So you just want to fill in the slot itself so that you can apply whatever basing finish you want over the top without any hassle. There's a number of different approaches. The least sort of sculpty, I suppose, for want of a better expression, would be to just put a sausage of milliput in the slot from the bottom here, and then just use liquid milliput to even out the top. That is definitely our method. It definitely works, but it can take a really long time to get the top to level off. So this method is a bit more annoying because you have to sort of sculpt a bit more, but it's probably quicker. So I'm just rubbing over the surface just to get something roughly flat. Again, does not have to be perfect because you're going to put a texture paint over it probably, or flock or whatever. Just going to hide any sort of small divots, but you want to hide any major bits. Same with Gorka Morka. Yeah, bizarre. Really bizarre. Yeah, the Undead team's sick, man. I'm looking forward to doing some more work on them probably tomorrow now. Get them undercoated today. I might be able to start them today, but it's most likely going to be tomorrow. I mean, I could work some overtime today and start them today, but because we played roleplay yesterday, I was in my office for like almost the entire day, and obviously I wasn't working, but I was in my office for almost the entire day, so I'd quite like some time not in my office today. There you go. That's filled in enough to not be a problem. Just make sure that I haven't got any serious Millicut residue up on the miniature itself. Okay, that's one. Yeah, the Necromantic Horror team is fucking cool. It's really, really cool. I enjoyed making that video, and I'm going to enjoy painting more of them. So, an old friend of mine who commissioned that, actually, funny enough. Oh shit, why shoulder pad? Just come off then, why not? Old friend of mine from my Magic tournament days, funny enough. One of the people that stayed in touch. And I actually didn't even know that he was into miniatures for the majority of the time that we were Magic friends, which again sort of goes back to my point about how Magic relationships can be so Magic centric sometimes, which I think is one of the things about them that I find a little unhealthy personally. And yeah, he got in touch and said, oh, I bought the Necromantic Horror, and I'd really like you to paint them up for me as a complete team. He's actually, like, he's a plenty good painter himself. He's not by any means lacking in the ability department, but you know, I think sometimes, especially when it comes to commissioning your friends, you're not always commissioning because you can't do it. You're commissioning quite often because you want them to do it. I know, like, me and Brandon, when we were both like really in the throes of our altering career, we both commissioned each other for some bits and bobs. Me and Renfield have commissioned each other for some bits and bobs. Like, sometimes just do be like that, you know. It's quite nice. But yeah, he got in touch and he wanted them painted up. I was more than happy to quote for it, and he was more than happy with the price. So the job sort of just appeared out of nowhere like that, and I'm really glad that it did, because it's one of the teams that I would probably never buy for myself, but would really enjoy painting. You know, it's always going to be the kind of minis that I would really enjoy painting, just 'cause so much character, just so much character. Oh no! Oh, did you skip back or forward at some point? As soon as you skip back or forward during a YouTube stream, you lose continuity with the live show. That's a little bit awkward. Right. Why is your shoulder pad being a bell end then? Why are you refusing to stick? Plenty of glue. I don't get it. Like, I can feel it making contact. So why is the glue not adhering? 2. And the nice thing about this titanium milliput is it will still quite happily set if you like spray over it, for example. So when I'm done filling in the tops of these bases, I don't have to like wait the 6 hours for the milliput to go off completely before I can spray. I can just get on with it, which is definitely an advantage for an impatient sod like me. No worries, Felix. Take care, buddy. I'm going to be ending up this stream soon anyway, I think. We've probably run our course for the day. There's only so much fun you can get from watching somebody do prep work, isn't there? You know, the intention was more to come on to have a chat, a catch up, a natter. And so if we reach the point where most of the people that want to chat, catch up, and natter are starting to move on and want to do other stuff with their day, then you know, that's a pretty logical time to tie things up. So we'll probably be calling it fairly soon. Thank you for spending some time with me today, mate. I appreciate it. See you in the Discord, no doubt. That's 3. Final big boy. Definitely made way too much milliput again. This is the main reason that hobbyists run out of milliput, is because they make too much milliput up whenever they need to use it. There's like, I am sure I probably use about a quarter of the milliput that I mix on average. It's so bad. Close to done already. This one's gone really easy. Watch the upper end be difficult now just to prove me wrong. Yeah, I wouldn't mind getting one of those little cable makers. That would be really happy. You'd think for a former chef I'd be alright at portion control, wouldn't you? Get off me. Get off me. That's 4. Right, that's all ready to go. Yeah, I've got a massive amount of leftover milli, but whatever, eh? Whatever. Shit happens. Right, I think I will call it there, my loves. Like I say, just purely because, you know, the main reason I wanted to put the stream up in the first place was for a chance to have a bit of a catch-up, and I think most of the folks that wanted to have a bit of a catch-up have done so now, and people have kind of gone off to do their own thing, so I will now let these dry, have a bite to eat, and then come back in an hour or so's time and get everything sprayed. So that is a perfect time, I think, and a perfect reason to wrap up the stream. So thank you, folks, for hanging out with me while I did a little bit of prep work today. It was really nice to have a bit of company during what would otherwise have been a very boring little session. But thank you so much, and I will catch up with y'all. Also, thank you for that tip, Renfield. That is a very good tip. I will catch up with y'all very soon. New videos coming next week, and obviously something new came out today as well, so be sure to check the channel for that. Bye bye.